Rapeleng modimo mothata yotlhe wena o le esi ba ba botlhale kitso rona ba
peo ya ditsha ya mathangwane e tabo e nna teng yaanong ke batla gore ke itse sentente gore ba land board ya marapong ba ditiro tse tsotlhe tse tsa di-layout tse tsotlhe ba sologetsa ba bo ba supa gore a e tare ka December ba bo ba go aba ditsha di le 1073 jaaka tona o sologetsa. Ya bobedi e be tsena ko motseng wa Natal. Kgang e be nna gore e rile ka 2023 ba bisa ditsha di le 381. A go tswa kwa 2023 ka April go a go tsena gompieko dikgang tse ba neng ba di bua gore go ne ga nna le dikgang tsa masimo, dikgang tsa ntse e le gore gongwe ga ke di itse thata-thata ka gore nna ke itse gore ba ne ba sologeditse gore mo kgweding tse pedi allocation ya diploto tse di 237 e tabo ya go nna teng. Yaanong potso ke gore kana kgang e tona ke allocation, potso ya me yaanong ke gore a ko Natal ditsha tse di 237 land board ya tona o ta e sologeditse gore ya go di baleng. Sa bogelo e be nna gore diploto tse e leng gore no o bua ka tsone tsa dikereke tse 18 o bo o supa le ka tsa di-business tse di 67 ne ke beleditse gore mo ka bo dinkgaoganyeditse gore o mpolelele ka gore ne ke bua ka Shashe West as a whole ka gore go tswa ko Shashe moke ko balelang teng go heta ka botšhadibe bo borolong ke semo. Ke batla go itse gore o di kgaogantse ka tsela e ntseng ja gore batho ba kgaolo wa me ba te ba itse gore tota mme e re ba mpola ka kgang ya ka maabane ba letse ba mpola ka kgang ya ma 5 pula go a ko 10 pula. Yaanong a mme e ka gore e ba e bata ba di sologeleleng tona. Ke a leboga.
Minister.
Ke a go leboga Motlotlo Franzel. Potso ya gago ya bohelo go na le moalo ke o ha ke tla o share le wena gore tle re ha ba go busa diphuthego o tlo ba o kgaoganyeditse o supa Natal Mabese kwa borolong Shashe moke Tšhadibe Mathangwane Matsitama Makobo le Jamakata o tla di tsa gore o tlo di ba tlhalosetsa go heta. Ke a go utlwa mokaolengwe ka kganya ya gore re be re sologetse gore ka December re tla bo re kgonne gore re be ke tsa gore go mo ke tshologelo e seng kanang ka sepe e leng gore le wena o tla hitisetsa go bone gore re dumela gore e tla re ka December thulaganyo e be e digelwa. Party ya bohelo ene o e botsa ya dikgang tsa Natal ke ne ke bua gore dikgang tse di tsere lebaka go na le tlhoka kutlwano mme e ka re wetse mme ha re wetseng teng madi a go compensate bone bao ke wena santse re na le ditlhalo tsa one mme ke dumela gore e tla re hantse re soka-sokana re sutlaganya yana re tla bona sengwe gore re kgone go thiba phatlhe gore bone ba tshwanetseng gore ba bone disetse 237 tse mokaolengwe ba kgone go di bona. Ke a go leboga.
Further supplementary.
Further supplementary, Honorable Konagole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ra leboga tona le ha o iso ra arabe hale. Me motho na ka botsa gore gone me kganye ya dikereke ka gore go na le lone le thoko, it's a national issue. Go na le lone le thoko la ditsha gore ba ka aga mme motho ha botsa lebile the mushrooming of churches mo nageng hela gore go hantse le lebeletse lona ko ministry le batisisa go dirwa keng a go dirwa ke gore ngwao ya dikereke tseo ke ya go tsenela mo nageng hela go sa agiwa kana e dirwa ke gore dikereke ano di setse di thoboga mo e leng gore di setse di ipha lehatshe la kobamelo mo nageng gore ba kgone go obamela mme ha e le gore go ntse jalo le di engage go le kae tsone dikereke tsone tse di mo nageng tse gore go se ka ga kgotelesega lehatshe jaaka o ka re anong di nna dintsi all over the country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga Madam Speaker. Potso ga re ke kgonegile ke potso ya le maleba thata ke dumela gore le go kgaolong ya me ba sologela go bona karabo hele maleba ya one mme ha ka tsenya potso sentle hela ka process e tshwanetseng ke tla kgona gore ke mmatle information otlhe ke kgona go ha karabo ka botlalo. Ke a leboga.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Bonagwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ra utlwa dikarabo tseo tona di a re nametsa mme hela motho ka botsa gore tota go sologelwe leng gore mathata a apereng lehatshe le lotlhe e bo mathata a ditsha a tla hela leng ha o bona jaaka ko molepolole la bohelo go hiwa batho setsha ke ngwaga tse 10 tse di hitileng mo bo akanya hela gore tota kana gore motho a nne le setsha a tla ikagela nne le bonno ke tshwanelo ya motho gore batho ba leba lehatshe la Botswana le tona yana mme motho a sena setsha mo go lone tota hela mathata a re tshelang ra bolelwa a secured title go tla hela leng gore batho ba kgone gore tota ba hiwe ditsha. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
nta ke go leboge mokaolengwe mo nageng. Potso eo ke potso e siameng thata. Ke potso e ke eletsang thata gore o e tsenye sentle ka gore the UDC government's approach to tota ditshwanelo tsa batho ka thulaganyo e ke tshwaragantseng le motlotlegera mogapi ya bonno jalo is broader than just that. So how can tsenyetsa potso eo nka go tlala ka dikgang tsa teng tsotlhe gore le wena o tlo di kgotsogalele ke a leboga.
Honorable Filman Aaron 𝗣𝗔𝗥𝗟𝗜𝗓.
Ke a leboga mongashedi ya me potso ke ya bobedi.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am aware that over time and going back a number of decades, farmers in Gami have suffered losses due to diseases that threaten animal and
Procedure?
ultimately
Procedure, Honorable.
Nya o ta intshwarela Honorable Minister. Ne ke kopa gore potso e a o ka etsa ka Setswana mongane.
Honorable Minister.
o boditse ka sekgwa Madam Speaker mme gape e telele so ne ke kopa gore ke arabe ka bolele jwa yone ntle le ha ka re ke sobo ke be ke mo neela karabo anong ne ke eletsa gore ke mo arabe nna ka bolele jwa yone e be re ka kgona gore re tswelele re buisana go heta ho nka tswelela ke re mokaolengwe.
Honorable Aaron, ara e soboke ka Setswana ba go neela pampiri.
Ke a leboga e soboke ka Setswana.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga Madam Speaker. Go e sobokagela kgaolo ya Ngami Madam Speaker ke kgaolo e tswang kgakala e betswa ke dibetsa tsa tlholego bogolo jang tsa malwetse a e leng gore tsela e ne ka kgona gore ya nyeletse ne le gore ha gongwe re tlhophe mohuta o e leng gore wa letlelesega mo lekgotleng la mahatshatsi la go laola bolwetse ka yone thulaganyo e neng re e dira o tla gakologelwa Madam Speaker ka 1995 re ntse le bolwetse jwa lekgwago ko kgaolong ya Ngami e leng gore na ra hella re tshwanna ke gore mo taolong ya teng e nne gore re dumalane le barui ba dikgomo tseo gore re nyeletse bolwetse jo ka go bolaya dikgomo tseo dilo tse tsotlhe tse Madam Speaker tse e leng gore o di boditse ke tse e leng gore le barui ba Ngami ba tlhaloganya gore re tshela ka theko le thekiso ya nama re tshela ka go batla gore rotlhe re kgone go ba botoka re kgone go tokafatsa matshelo a batho mo dikgaolong tsotlhe tsa Botswana mme ebile barui ba cooperate le rona thata go eta selekanyo mme re tsweletse le rona re le lephata re ntse re buisana le bona ba lekgotla le le okametseng matlhoko a lehua gore re bone gore ha o ka kgonagalang teng re ka dira jang gore ko bohelelong matlhoko kana manokonoko a kgone go fokotsegela barui ba Ngami o tla gakologelwa mokaoleng gore gampieno yala mo kgaolong yone ele ya go tawana go na le ba le bantsi ba batlang ka mehuta e harologaneng ya bo heading for health e leng gore e thusa thata gore o tlhokomele leruo la gago gore le seka la iphitlhela le hitetse ka ha e leng gore go tla pateletsa gore re goge one molao o e leng gore o teng wa mahatsehatse re re dira gone mo e leng gore go tshwanetse gore go diragale mo go yone mme ke dumela gore ne ke le ka go sobokanyetsa hela mokaolengwe ha o batla gore ke arabe ka sekgwa ke araba yotlhe nka go e arabela mme telele malwetse a mantsi go kgaolong ele gampe go na le la jwa senkobo gore a mantsi tota mme kalahi kana go thusa gore malwetse a se ka etesegela re na le molao o re kaelang gore re dire jang gore re kgone gore re ntshe barui ba Ngami mo bokgwebeng jo ba bone go jone ke a leboga mokaolengwe.
Supplementary.
Honorable Aaron.
Honorable Minister, ke tshwenyega ka ha o arabang ka teng dipotso tse bogolo ja ga ke ipotsa gore a ga o tshwengwe bogolo ke gore potso e nna e apera kgapetsa le ha e ka tswa di harologana hale le hale ga go temo seemo sa gore se go tshwenye gore banni ba mo kgaolong ba mo kgatelelong ya bolwetse jwa kana mo le go bitsa mathoko a leruo mme ebile go tlhokana le karabo tse di thamaletseng potso tsa me ne di le tharo mo tshobokong ya gago ne ke sologetse gore o tatsa potso one by one gore o di soboka mme ga ise o arabe not even one of them o thabile le nani hela a boema se ke batla go se itse ke gore
Honorable Aaron, ke kopa gore o boele maoko morago a go thaba leinane ga motho a sa go araba sentle tlhalosa gore ga a go araba sentle a go tlhaba leinane yanong wa bo o rumolana
a ta intshwarela ha ile gore go phoso mme ke ne ke ra gore o na bua story yano go na le go nkaraba se ke batla go se itse ke gore a o itse ka kgaya kgaolo ya ko bodobe ngao ko ile gore kgomo tsa bone ha di tolela moseja o go teng ke wa Namibia la go sena terata di a bolawa mme ebile mo ile gore ka tsotsa teng ga se dipehela mme ebile ha o se ho gore o identify kgomo ya go la le yone ka tsoga ine teng le gore a o itse gore ha tsa Namibia tsone tse go dumelwa gore ke tsone tse di na le bolwetse ha di ta mo Botswana tsone Namibia ba letelwa gore ba boele ka tsone kwa mme le tsone bogolo ja tse di tisang bolwetse potso engwe ke batla gore o e nthalosetse ke gore a o itse gore go na le bothata jo bo tshwanang ko ntheng ya bothabatsatsi bogolo jaake ha se ka ihela kgaolo tsa bo habu go ya go botubu tse ile gore ha kgomo tsa bone di tolela side ya go teng ke ya diphologolo le tsone di a bolawa la go sena terata a o itse gore ha di buffaloes ordinary tsone ha di crosser di tswa kwa di ta go kgaolong ya gatekeng ya dikgomo ya mahulo a dikgomo tsone le di busetsa kwa ka di-helicoptera se go raeng le gore potso ya bohelo ke go botse gore ministera a wa itse gore o kile wa ema ha wa tlhalosetsa ntuye ha le na le double cordon fence mo Ngamiland selo se o itse gore ga se boammaaruri a ke re wa itse gore double cordon fence ele ke kgaoganya
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
please let me finish please protect me I'm finishing are you aware gore
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
are you aware gore the only
procedure
existing
Honorable Leka
Madam Speaker, ne ke re o re tsenye mo tseleng gore kante supplementary e ka tsama lebaka le kana le re le bonang le tsamale le ne o tsang dipotso ga o lebelela re potso ne di buditswe di le kae le ne o di tsang o ta go ta re tswela mosola gore o ta di araba kana o se tsa lebetse
Honorable Aaron ke kopa gore o wele
ke lebogela gore ba go reeditse bommago ya ka o bua ka lesoto la ka ha
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order.
enta for Honorable Leka
Madam Speaker, ke kopa gore mo parlamente wa ko Ngami ke a tlhaloganya gore ga a itse Setswana sentle mme lehoko la bommago ga se lehoko le le polite ebile ga se lehoko le le ka dirisiwang mo parlamenteng ne ke re ke kopa gore ka se tlhoela se ke mo itseng ka sone a le boele morago
Honorable Hikwam wena ke tse gore o araba ka gore a se wena no o bua le ho kohle ke kopa gore honorable Aaron ka Setswana ha o batla go bua ka mme wa ka wa re mme mmago ga o tlhamale o re mmago ke kopa gore o le boele ko morago gore re sutlwe mo Hansard because mo Hansard nyano go supa gore o buile la se ma go a tlhatswegileng sentle.
I'm very sorry. I apologize for my use of that language because my Setswana is very poor. Ke lebogela gore ke kopa gore le suthiwe ke lebogela gore bo mme mmago a ba reeditse ga ke le ka go bua ka Lesotho.
Ke kopa re tswelle o etse se o sa le o eme ka dinao sebaka.
Ke kopa la bohelo a wa itse gore mo Ngamiland hela ga gona a double cordon fence except a sireletsang dikgomo tsa centrally mo dikgomo tsa Ngamiland.
Honorable Minister.
Ntake go leboge Madam Speaker, ke leboge mokaolengwe. Se se nkutlwisa botlhoko ke gore go ntse le di-intervention tse dintsi le go bua lebaka mme kgang ya e buang ke kgang e botlhokwa kana lehatshe la Botswana Madam Speaker le itsege lehatshe lotlhe ka bophara ka go laola matlhoko a leruo botoka go heta re setse melawana yone re ipeetseng pele e leng gore dumane le mahatshe ka yone yone e leng gore barui ba Ngami ba tsoga kala ba bereka le rona ka yone. That is why we have been able to control FMD. It's because of our cooperation and our working relationship with the farmers of Ngamiland. We have a lot more initiatives. We have a lot more initiatives that are not extended to any other area. When you look at the area, to deep and all the other things that came with that process was something that has never been extended elsewhere. So ke kopa gore mo karabong ya me ke go rankere re dira gotlhe re setse melawana ya oa o tlhaloganye mme bile ke itumela gore mo go atoloseng dikgang tsa gago ha ile gore go ntse go na le ga go re bua melao teng o ntusitse gore ke gone go itse ka gore ka tshwanelo ha di na re di tsene ka hale ka gore ke di career tsa FMD ka hale helo le tsona go di tsene mo go tsone tshwanelo go di destroyiwe mme o ntlha ba pudi matseba gore go ntse go na le dio dingwe tse ileng gore ga di iragale sentle mme bile kana go mo gore ga ntse go na le movement o ntha gore atolosa dikgang tsa go tsa surveillance gore o tlo kgona go checka go heta go mo ke kgakolo e ke ya mogelang e leng gore re tla gatelela thata le rona re le lephata gore dira ga tsone mo go tlheng mo leng gore re go dumalana e bile re bokiwa ka gona le ha selotlhe ke tsa gore kgantseo mokaolengwe ke di arabile ka bolele thata mo go tsone mme ka ke go bolela karabo ke e telele mo go maswe nka tla ka go enela gore o ipalele kgang ya cordon fence o mpuditse go ba gape o ikaraba gore there's part of it e leng gore e double go na le highland single teng ke a go leboga ka gone mo mokaolengwe ke tsa gore na le wena ra utlwana mme re le puso re na le kgatlhego e seng kana ka sepe gore re go netefatsa gore thuo ko Ngamiland e nna yone na le kgatlhego e seng kana ka sepe gore re go netefatsa gore ko kgaolong ya Ngamiland di-farmera di nna le dipoelo mo thuong ya bone ke sengwe se e leng gore re tsweletse mo go sone ke tsa gore malabano o na le ba Conservation International ba le kwa ba launcha the project ya yone ya Heading for Health e leng gore re batla go thusa gore ka nako tsotlhe go nne le tsela e leng gore barui ba ka sala dikgomo tsa bone morago go itsa gore di hele di tlolela ko mahelong a e leng gore a ka hela di dira gore e be di tudile mo go le mo molawana wa rona e be re hela re patelesa gore re tse dikgato tse e leng gore o ntse di bua di botlhoko a gona fa maro e letsang gore a bone dikgomo tsa go di bolao.
Further supplementary.
Honorable Mpomorolong MP Gatland Central.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Potso ya me ke ya boraro. Ke a leboga.
Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ke a leboga motlotlegi Morolo, Parliamentary wa Gatland Central. The Railways Training Institution. It has been in existence since 1987 when Botswana Railways took over the operations of the railways from the National Railways of Zimbabwe. The accreditation of the Training Institute dates as far back as 2010 under the Botswana Training Authority. The current accreditation certificate, ETP 0556, runs from 2021 to 2031, and the organization is currently offering legacy programs and pursuing re-accreditation of its courses to align with the current BQA regulations. Programs on offer are rail-specific courses, which are not readily found in the Botswana market and could only be sourced from external providers. There are plans, however, to expand the training operations within the next 5 years to include the area of operations as well as the scope of training to cater for management courses. Number 2, Madam Speaker, the total cost of maintenance of locomotives and wagons in the last 10 years is 335,448,991 Pula 22 Tebe. This includes the 228,253,836 Pula 31 Tebe for general maintenance and 107,195,154 Pula 91 Tebe for the overhaul of locomotives and wagons. The last part, Madam Speaker, in significant accidents and comprehensive refurbishment tasks are contracted to external entities within the region, primarily because of insufficient workshop capacity, insufficient skilled personnel for wagon maintenance, and the absence of necessary specialized equipment at the BR maintenance workshop. Thank you very much. I thank you.
Supplementary, Madam.
Supplementary, Honorable Morolo.
Ke a leboga motsotsegi tona ka karabo ya gago, mme ne ke re ke botse potso tse pedi. Ya ntlha ke gore a sona sekwele se institution e re na le yone, training institution ya railways, a bana ba tsenang ko teng a government o kgona go romela bana ko teng a ba sponsora. Ya bogelo ke no wela ka yone se. Ya minister, re na le company ya diwete mo le ga e tlhotlhorega. Re na le company ya diwete e leng gore e na le bokgoni ba go baakanya di locomotive wagons le ba ntse ba tle ba irialo ka yone previously. Ba na le bokgoni. A go botlhokwa gore re thuse bagwebi ba rona ba ba mo gae go ba tsholetsa go ba ga tiro ka ba na le bokgoni le ba ntse ba dira tiro yone. Ga ke boletse bone in particular, mme ke ra gore go a tshwenya gore be re ya kontle mme re na le batho ba company mono e kgona go ira bonokopila jo bo tshwana lebo. Ke a leboga.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga motlotlegi nna setilo sa tshwanelo sa ba bangwe. Unless gongwe ke ra potso ya ntlha ga motlotlegi, unless gongwe go na le sengwe se ke sa se itse, mme ke itse gore dikolo tsotlhe fela tse e leng gore ke tsa goromente o isa bana teng. I think bana ba ka sponsoriwa ko sekolong seo. The second one, boammaaruri ke gore ha e le gore go boammaaruri, there is that company e leng gore e na le bokgoni, mme Botswana Railways yone e dumela gore ga ena bokgoni. Ke kopa gore nna le wena re tle re kopane re bue ka kganye so that we correct the situation, because a go a tshwanela go nna jalo. Re tshwanetse hela ra outsourcer only ha e le gore ga rena bokgoni mo lehatsheng la Botswana. Mme a go na le bokgoni, tumelo ya me nna le wena ke gore Motswana yo a dirisiwe go baakanya diterena tsa rona. Ke a leboga.
Supplementary, Honorable Mabuse.
Ne ke thuse homeboy ya me Morolo. Mongame ne ke re hala ke tsaka re bona di companies tse le bo BTC, bo BPC, bo big companies. Ha ba di gore di experts tsa bona ba retire, ba le ka go ba re-engage. A ga o bone mongame gore ke nako ya gore locomotive drivers ba le gore gongwe ba retire because of their age. Re na le a plan ya gore re ba re-engage gore ba rute ba basha. That's simply my question.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga Madam Speaker, ke a leboga re Pule. Go tlo go nna motho gore ke go arabe mokaolengwe mo nakong e tang. Ha dipotso tse re tisa ka thulaganyo ka nako ngwe ga re re go botsa ba eleng gore they are engaged on daily operations o re teka dikgang tse dikarabo tse e leng gore ke tsone mme boammaaruri ke gore Botswana Railways is an autonomous body le ha nne gongwe nka bua dikeletso tsa me gongwe bone ba na le dikeletso tse dingwe mme gone ke tle go isa this as kopo ya gago gore ga se gore mo dikakanyong tsa bone ba leke go bona gore ba nywa mo ba eleng gore ba kile ba bereka go Botswana Railways nna ke dumela le wena ke taisa kopo ya gago re ra go go bona
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Monaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ra leboga tona mme ebile go a itumedisa gore a be re utlwa gore go na le sekolo sa diterena se bana ba ka ithutelang ditiro tsa diterena jalo kana le ga re ka gakologelwa bogologolo ba ntlha go ithutela go kgweetsa diterena mpo go dirangela ba ne ba ya ko bo Kenya re na le Mokwena a re lebala ke mongwe wa bone mme potso ya me ke gore se ko kae sone sekolo se gore Batswana ko ntle kwa ba itse gore nyame go na le sekolo se bana ka ba tlhoka dikwele yana ba tlhoka ditiro ba ka ya go sone se ko kae tona wa tsala me
Honorable Minister.
ke a leboga Madam Speaker se ko Mahalape Honorable
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable.
Tona, ne ke re ka re ke botse hela gore thulaganyo e le ya railway ya gore e re babereki ba re ire ba togele tiro ka ebile ne ba neetswe le mekwalo ke e bone ba togele e tara ya ka ba togetse yana go service le go diraing go neelwa priority ya go neelwa ba ba neng ba le mo biare mme be re morago be go itemogela gore yaanong go butswe kompone nngwe ke babusi ba pele ko Frankstown yaanong ba togetse babereki bane a ga le isekolete mo semong sa gore bone babereki ba ne ntse ba bereka ba dira tiro le bone gore le ba amanya yang le gore ba le thuse mo pankanyong ya ko railway. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
ke a leboga Madam Speaker kana ita nna ke te gongwe ga re eletse go araba ba tutlege gone ba botsa dipotso hela tse di botlhale tse eleng gore Batswana ko gae ba eletsa go itse dikarabo tsa tsone mme go ta re ba tutlege ba itse gore kana re araba dipotso tse di kwadilweng tse dišwa go nna thata gore ka di araba ka bo rona hela re ise re confirme dikarabo tsa tsone ga re bate gore gongwe re tere le go setse re lo neele dikarabo tse e seng tsone ke ne ke kopa hela ka boikobo mo tutlege gore e tsenyele potso ke tla ya araba ga ke tsora gona le ke e tlogetseng yes only one yeah thank you very much
Honorable Socrates Gare MP Moshopa Manyana.
ke tla mo tsela Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Lekutlan MP Kalahadi North.
Madam Speaker. Question number 5.
Honorable Minister Lands and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the multi-species abattoir's initial start date was the 12th of January 2021, and the completion date was set for the 6th July 2022. However, the project cost was revised from 161,789,275 to 201,110,573 Pula 45 Tebe, and the completion date revised to 31st July 2025. At this point, construction work is complete, and the abattoir plant is undergoing testing and commissioning, with BMC positioned to be the operator. Part 2, Madam Speaker, the commissioning of the abattoir is several years behind schedule due to delays in procuring specialized equipment, specifically machinery and plant equipment. These were designed, manufactured, and shipped from countries such as Hungary and South Africa. These delays stem from the need for custom design and production of the required equipment. Secondly, Madam Speaker, an increase in prices of steel used in the construction of the abattoir added to the delays. So did the natural elapse of time and inflationary consideration. All these have led to expenditure exceeding budget. The mitigation plans included enhanced project supervision by the Ministry's Project Implementation Unit, but it can be expected that final costs may or will exceed what has been recorded to date. Part 3, Madam Speaker, the construction of the multi-species abattoir was approved through a resolution of the RDC following a formal submission by the Kalahari District Council. The major motivation was that in spite of Kalahari having a population of over 80,000 of very good small stock, there were no slaughter facilities and organized markets. Following the RDC resolution, extensive consultations between the Kalahari District Council and local farmers associations were held. As part of its preparatory initiatives, the District Council facilitated a benchmarking visit to Namibia and South Africa, enabling representatives of Kalahari farmers to tour operational abattoirs. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure viability of the abattoir, government resuscitated the Lugu Small Stock Farm to facilitate breeding stock for the farming community. Furthermore, 2 paddocks have been reserved for private investors in small stock production to supply the abattoir. In addition, BMC has been duly appointed to operate the abattoir and is required to reach out to all livestock farmers, including the farmers in Kalahari and other districts. The ministry, working with the BMC, are in the process of consulting the farmers in respect to generating throughput. This efforts extends to Kalahari North and other areas, but I must admit does not account for lions and other such predators. In respect to facilitation, the Honorable Member for Kalahari North and this Honorable House must appreciate that transportation route and other aspects of market access for farmers is a matter for continued government consideration across ministries and depending on availability of resources. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Mka.
Nyame ke go leboge Honorable Minister ka karabo eno ya gagwe e botswerere ke re nyame me ke go kgwekgaba ka gore go na le tse pedi tse e leng gore o di bua o ntse o sa wele mo go tsone kana go ha Honorable Minister potso ya me ke gore ka tota o dirile dithabololo tse e leng gore Kalahari North and South ba batla go di dirisa e le bone. And my point e ne le gore aha ya ka no lo dira di initial feasibility studies no lo sa tsenya Kalahari North mo teng ka gore Kgosi Molemele ko Hukwi o na le kgatlhego gore a ise dikgomo tsa go le dipuitsane tsa go gone ho, because the catchment area re bitsa Matšheng ke yone na le di pudi tse dintsi le tsone dikgomo gone ho gore e ka nna chipi go tswa ho ba re alala ka mabu a sehube go a gore go question ame gore a ga o bone go le botoka gore go gongwe ka re go bothokong wa ja kgang le Honorable Minister Sala ka ela bona gore tseleo le tsenya gore te kgone go facilitator that easy movement ya ka o itse le o le ralo phalo gore go tsela eo o di kilo wa etsa mathata le wena gore e tetse ditau tse leng gore ha o le mo go tsone le witse behavior ya pudi gore ha o pheka hela ya alla ditau ditabe bitsa ditau tse di jang mongwa dipudi le ene tota ke ra re Honorable Minister go o le bogane le o kope Mr. Salaka le tole le tshwaraganela. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister Polity.
Ke lebogile thata Madam Speaker ke go le bota mokao lengwe Honorable Salaka o teng ha ibile o na le mothusi wa gagwe motho ge a tamelang kgang ya bakao lengwe tshwanetse re tshwaraganele tota. We need to prioritize production roads ka gore ha le gore re batla gore temothuo e nne one kono re tshwanetse gore re ele tlhoko kgang ye motho tlege le khutana a e buang tshwanelo gore re batle tsela tsotlhe gore tsela tse re di batlele madi kana o bua ka tsela yone ya e leng gore ke e kopetse gore e bidwe go te Dr. Chimbombi Highway ke ra yone ya Matetemetlo bo Brayveda le one it's a production road. O bua ka ditsela tse tsotlhe tsela gore a go di dirwe gore ra tumeletse barui ko mmarakeng gore ba kgone go na le dipoelo tse di tshwanetseng. Mme mothusa Tautona o tshwere ba akanya ba loga maano otlhe a go bona gore dilo tse tsotlhe tse di iragala jang ke tsaya gore ko kgalagadi north ba submitile megopolo eo ka gore go tlile re tlisa megopolo e yotlhe go bopa gore e tle re ga re tla re kopana dilo tse tsotlhe tse be di kgona gore di re ntshetse maduo a utlwalang ke a leboga bokaoleng
Further supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Mabusi.
Nya ke a leboga motsamaisi dipuisano tsa parliament. Ebile ke itumela thata gore potso e botswa ke tona go ntse re utlwa dikgang tsa go mo social media gongwe le gale o tla re baakanyetse. Ne ke re ke re motlotlegi a ga go the multiple abattoir a e tsenya le diphologolo tsa naga bokhutshwanenyana hela.
Honorable Dikolothi.
nyame motlotlegi o e arabile o boditse ba e araba ke ra re karabo ke yone ga go te multi-species go toa go te multi-species ke a leboga
Honorable Senolo Bogatsu MP Lentswele Taule Pepe.
Honorable Bogatsu kupile later date.
Later date. Honorable Kaiser MP 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡 West.
Ke a leboga Madam Speaker ta ke go dumedise le batlotlegi le batswana go gae question.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
O clarifying, Honorable Mokoko.
Ke bolelwa gore potso ya me ga go te ke later date go tewa yang ga se yona potso number 6.
Okay. Honorable Bagaisama, the minister a re ga itse sepe ka later date.
Ke a leboga Speaker. Ke ne ke tlhalosa gore Honorable Bogatsu o kupile later date ka gore o kupile gore ya arabiwa le teng.
A ikopa mo go mang? Gora gore minister a ka buang ka tene o tla le ready o rwa gara ba ba buisana.
Nya ke a tlhaloganya o ntsa nsendela gompio ko yana gore ga
wa e tlhaloganya ke re yanong ka mosola re bo minister ga ba arabe ga ba tsile lona la later date. O ka e tshenolo Bogatsu.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
mo mathateng o na le mathata ko Lentswele.
Procedure, Madam
Me
Speaker.
pele ke wetse go bua. Ke kopa gore o tlo o bue le ena
Nya,
o bue le
procedure.
minister ba dumalane.
Procedure.
Oh.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Ya be re nyano procedure. Procedure se.
Ke a leboga Madam Speaker. Nya ne ke tsa gore kore ke aga gola as an experienced member of this parliament. Gore re Bagaisamang o mo tseleng motlotlegi ga ayo yaanong o kopile gore o ntseele potso mo eng kopela later date go tlamaletse go ntse yala.
Honorable Kaiser.
Question number 7, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Khafela Mokoka. Ya kwa le leseng go
Ke tlo e araba ba gaetsho. I always answer questions. Ma ke go leboge motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente. Ke be ke leboge le Honorable Kaiser wa 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡 West go botsa potso e. Mme ke tsaya gore go ngotla tsamao protectile mo go ba ratang go tsenya dilo. Madam Speaker, to my understanding, we had only 3 out of school education and training classes at Lapologam Primary School at 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡 around 2012, and only 2 part-time adult educators who facilitated OSET classes. The 2 PTAEs were fully paid their severance benefits at 144,662 pula 95 and 14,472 pula 85 thebe respectively. Madam Speaker, a total amount of 81,631 pula 15 thebe was disbursed for 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗧 sub-region to cater for terminal benefits. Madam Speaker, as I have stated above, no benefits are owed to any of the facilitators. If for some reason the Honorable MP is aware of a former officer who was disadvantaged, may I kindly request you, Honorable Member of Parliament, to advise him or her to visit the Chief Education Officer, 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦, to take up the matter with him or her. Employment opportunities, Madam Speaker, are open to all aspiring eligible candidates, including those who served in OSET in the past. Process starts with adverts, followed by selection to determine appointments. PTAEs were not unfairly dismissed. The one who had a certificate in early childhood education was offered temporary employment at a formal school. The other one was not successful at the interview, hence naturally fell off. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Kaiser.
Ke a leboga tona wa arabile potso e ka matsetseleko. Yaanong ke tshotse dipotsonyana tse pedi ala tsa motaleletsa. Mo karabong ya gago o ne o supa gore there are only 5 ba e leng gore ba ne ba le engaged for this program. Mme ebile wa boa wa tlhalosa gore ba duetswe. Mme ga o wetsa puo ya gago gape o bo o bua gore ha e le gore go na le mongwe yo e leng gore ke a mo itse a tsamaye ko Phikwe ko education center a ye go claima madi. Yaanong ke ne ke re ke go botse gore madi a o buang gore a disbursitswe from the ministry a tsene mo dipateng tsa batho ba ba 5 ba ya ka re bua mo nakong ya gompieno kana madia a santse a le ko education center ko 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦. Ya bobedi potso ke gore are you aware of the court order that was issued morago ga gore go nne mogoga moleele gore babereki ba duelwe? Are you aware? Mme yaanong go tswa ka 2012 go a go tsena mo nakong ya gompieno ha go na le mongwe yo e leng gore o iphithetse a lathegetswe ke botshelo mme a santse a kolotiwa madia, what is the procedure ya gore madia a helele a bonwe ke bao ba ba gaufi le ene? Ke tsone hela ke a leboga minister.
Further supplementary. Further supplementary.
Honorable Minister, Araba, Honorable Kaiser.
Ke a leboga, Madam Speaker. Ke a leboga, Honorable Kaiser. Gongwe ke baakanya ga iseng go ke re ba ne ba le 5 ke rile ba 2. Mme gape ke re ga ke ise ke re ba e ko officing eo ya education officer go a go claima. Ke rile ba e teng ba e go mo supetsa gona gore ga ba a duelwa kana go na le tsamaiso. Ga ba seno ne ba mmolelela yalo go na le process e tshwanetse gore e followiwe up gore go tlhotlhomisiwe gore ke nnete o duetswe kana ga a duelwa go bo go ka dirwa se se tlwaelesegileng ka ga tsamaiso. E nngwe ke yona nno e botsa ya gore ha go na le ba ba tlhokagetseng ba ba kolotiwang ba ise ba duelwe go ka dirwa yang ka gore ba tlhokagetse? Ke tsaya gore o bua dikgang tsa di-beneficiary mme ke tsaya gore yaka ke bua ga ba le teng a go iwe hela gone ko ke ka itileng teng ko education officereng eo dikgang tse di tlhotlhomisiwe ka bile ra di hitlhela di tlhotlhomisiwe go tsewa kgato ke tsa gore mongwe le mongwe ga a hirua hela go a botswa gore di-beneficiary ke bomang ga e le gore ke nnete ba teng ba tlhokagetseng ba sa duelwa outside number yona e nna ke itseng ga e ke e boletseng then ke tsa gore due process will follow ke a leboga
Honorable Victor Poloholo, MP Kanye West.
Madam Speaker, question number 8.
Honorable Minister of Lands and Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, in answering Honorable Pologolo's question, I have to start by assuring the Honorable House that the BMC has not been involved in coercive conduct, which I or the government is aware of. Neither do we have any knowledge of negotiations which were negotiated in bad faith with unions representing BMC staff. Madam Speaker, the situation I'm aware of is that in 2015, the BMC undertook a strategic commercial decision to streamline operations and enhance business efficiency. In order to facilitate...
Honorable Kovhela, o hala gona le meeting ya ke tsore le itumeletse le sa re bolele Honorable Mophuting, Honorable Nono, Honorable Maele re share le ra shaga.
Procedure, Madam Speaker. Procedure.
Procedure, Honorable Poloholo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May you kindly occupy the minister to start from the beginning, because I can't move.
Gone ne go le modumo ke kopa gore o simolle Honorable Dikoloti.
Hona hala ka Setswana, Madam Speaker, because ne ke boeletsa Batswana ba ba sa mo utlweng sentle gape.
Madam Speaker, in answering Honorable Pologolo's question, I have to start by assuring the Honorable House that the BMC has not been involved in coercive conduct, which I or the government is aware of. Neither do we have any knowledge of negotiations which were negotiated in bad faith with unions representing BMC staff. Madam Speaker, the situation I'm aware of is that in 2015, the BMC undertook a strategic commercial decision to streamline operations and enhance business efficiency. In order to facilitate this objective, the Commission initiated a voluntary separation program, inviting employees who were interested in pursuing early and voluntary exit from employment. Madam Speaker, it is important to highlight that participation in this scheme was entirely voluntary, with employees required to provide written consent accepting the terms and conditions of separation. The exit package was structured to include a lump sum equivalent to 12 months' salary, together with payment of all applicable terminal benefits such as accrued leave, gratuity or severance, and relocation. Madam Speaker, upon implementation, a total of 40 employees formally accepted the employer's voluntary separation offer and were duly paid in accordance with the terms and conditions of the scheme. However, subsequent to that separation, the affected employees instituted legal proceedings at the High Court to seek additional claims. This included payment of 26 working days, salary per year of service, 5 months notice pay, medical aid contributions for 3 months, allocation of company housing, settlement of loans prior to termination, cancellation of training bonds. The said employees further contended that their separation constituted a retrenchment, thereby entitling them to retrenchment benefits and packages applicable under such circumstances. Madam Speaker, the BMC opposed the application on the grounds that the original agreement with the aforementioned employees was explicitly limited to an exit package comprising a lump sum equivalent of 12 months' salary, inclusive of all applicable terminal benefits such as the accrued leave, gratuity or severance, and relocation. Any additional claims advanced by the employees were therefore inconsistent with and or in breach of the agreed terms of the separation package. Moreover, the Commission asserted that the aforementioned employees were not subject to a retrenchment process, as the separation was governed by a voluntary agreement that falls outside the scope and application of Section 25 of the Employment Act. Madam Speaker, the matter proceeded to trial And in 2022, the court ruled in favor of the BMC, granting absolution from the instance and dismissing the claimant's application. Accordingly, we consider the matter closed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary.
Supplementary, Honorable Pholoholo.
Make supe gore ye ke karabo ye ka beng segolo bogolo e ne e builwe ka teme ya Setswana, because the people who want to know about this issue tota ga se gore ba tlhaloganya thata teme e ntseng e dirisiwa gape motho na e bua ka re o goloketsa thata mme ke supe gore minister a o batla gore a batho ba ko Sekhutlane ba ko 𝗦𝗘𝗧𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗧 o ba raya gore ga gona kgolagano magareng ga tshwetso e tserweng ke BMC ka 2015 ya go mekamekana le go bankanya structure le gore a be ba latetswe gote ba le itlhophelang go tsamaya le ka supa ya lo la tsamaya la go tsamaya le itumetse go gaisa a gona tomagano mme ga e le gore ga eo kapo ga o dumele ga e seo mme ke nne yaanong go sa nne le tomagano magareng ga go ikopela ga bone le neng e buisangwa magareng ga mohiri le lekgotla la babereki ke kopa gore karabo eo yone o e bue ka teme ya Setswana ka boammaaruri ke a kopa. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Ke a leboga, Madam Speaker. Kana go botlhokwa gore kgapetsa Madam Speaker o no bolelela Batswana gore order paper e kwala ka Sekgowa le ba tlotlege ba botsa ka Sekgowa le ena ha ira supplementary wa utlwa gore o ba tswa English yaanong go moga gore go nne go te ra arabe ka Setswana ra arabe ka Sekgowa ga go a tshwanela gore ba nne ba batla go raya batlhophi ba re batla go bua puo e ba tsietsang a se ka ga tloga gaela go tisa ketsaetsego, Madam Speaker. Mo diputsong tsotlhe tsa di boditseng, Madam Speaker, ke di arabile ko bohelong ke bua gore kgang tsotlhe tsa di buileng di tswa ko makgotlatshekelong ebile makgotlatshekelo ba ntshitse le tshwetso ya bone. Ke ra gore ga gona sepe se nka se buang ntle le gore ko bohelelong kgang e hedile ka hedileng ka teng motlotlegi Phologolo. Ke a leboga.
Further supplementary, Madam Speaker.
Further supplementary, Honorable Pholoholo.
Potso ya me ga e ko tshwetsong ya makgotlatshekelo, Honorable Speaker, e mo goreng a mohiri a re tshwetso ya gore bangwe ba lalediwe go ka ikgethela go tswa mo tirong e le early package a nne e gokagane kapo e amana le tshwetso ye mohiri a neng a e tsere gore ye neng a e tsere ka 2015. The decision of the organization in 2015, is it in any way related to the decision ya gore batho ba rotloediwe go ka tsa early exit package e voluntary in January 2016?
Honorable Minister.
We buditse ka Sekgowa, Madam Speaker, mme ke arabile ka Sekgowa. To tsa di buditseng ka Sekgowa ke arabile ka Sekgowa, Madam Speaker. Mme ke tlhalose ka bophara le gore gone mo neng ba ikuela ka gone ke gone mo leng gore bana ba go isitse ko kgotlatshekelo mo go heletseng le kgotlatshekelo le tsa tshwetso ka gone ebile kgang ya teng e hedile motsamaisa dipuisano.
Honorable.
Further supplementary.
Oh. Okay. Hold on, sir.
Order, honorable members. The time for questions is over. We will now go to committee stage. Order.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Victor Phologolo.
Mr. Speaker, prior
prior to you taking over, ne ke kopile further supplementary. And there hasn't been a denial of the request. With due respect, Mr. Speaker.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Hang on, Honorable Dr. 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡. Honorable Pologolo, you are a lawyer again. Refer to Standing Order 40.7. Refer to Standing Order 40.7. There is no denial of supplementary question. What I'm doing is in accordance with Standing Order 40.7. Procedure, Honorable Dr. Routo.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ke bayana hore ke gapolla hore kana maabane. Honorable Noah Salakai. Ona soletsa ntie gore gompieno o ta ba rena la report ya development manager model. Jaanong ke bona iwa ba ilela Mr. Speaker mena a soleditse jalo ra ba ra opa diata Mr. Speaker. Ke a leboga.
Ona me asore ka ri sere chaise re nne re mo lebalebile. Ate tsolelo ga e thabise ditho. Ona mo sala kae? Do you wish to respond?
Ya ke mogolle re go botswang. Mo gongwe ba golo go na le gore ba ska ba utlwa sente gongwe ga go loketse. Mme nne ke supile gore report e tabi e le available for public in the public domain today. So e teng mo tutegi ka go le phatella me go ta itlhela. Gongwe se se ka go diang hela go ka e bona. Ke gore they are busy duplicating the report mo gore e nne ntsinyana e se ka ta ya hela e tsewa ke wena o le nosi. Yone se tsele teng for public domain.
Soft copy, can it be, is it available anyway?
Ke ta botsa di agente gore a report e tshwanang le eo e kgona go sharewa ka soft copy. Ha ile go a kgona hala re tla dira jalo. Ke botsa ke tlhwaetse ka boikokobetso. Ka ra sego sa ga ikuama ke se se lothanya ke se re se re lento. Ke botsa ka boikokobetso speaker a sore ka tsela e pehela ke go tlhokela botho. Kana dio tse di na le di process. So ke ikokobetsa ke tla kopa thuso go ba le bane.
Further supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Ke a go leboga motsamaisi dipuisano. Mme ke re ke gakolle minister gore kana this assurance no e dirile mo parlamenteng gore ta e ha le ma parlamente. I think it's only fair that he office ya ga speaker a di copy tse di re lekaneng. Ha ile gore lo re ha kamaranyane le gone ke di nako tsa teng re tla ya mogela e seng gore e ko office ya ga gore go fola teng. Re kopa go nna le one mo parlamenteng.
Wa di balana mo sala kae? A go dumalana le nna o ntse hatse.
Ke a dumalana Mr. Speaker. Mme ke a dumalana. Ke a dumalana ga ke itse gore a nne ke sa utlwala ke re ke tshwanetse gore ke kope bogakolodi. Jwa semolao gore sone se nne ke soleditse batho tegi a se ka ga molao gone mme yone report e teng le gore will it be availed to them for free. Kana ke re itse di-report tsa government di ate di nne le bo 40 tabenyana gore to take care of the costs of producing the publication. So those are few clarities that I may need to get from those who are endowed with the authority to direct the course of events. Thank you very much.
That's fine. Thank you. Order. Honourable members, please note that the Community-Based Natural Resource Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025 has 35 clauses, and some amendments have been noticed, and we have already dealt with amendments. We've dealt with clauses 1 to 22, and we are now at clause 23, and there's a proposed amendment by Honourable Kapinga, and one of his colleagues sought to move the amendment. Honourable Philemon Aaron.
Mr. Speaker. Doctor, one moment, please.
Page 5.
No,
Page 5.
Go page 5.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just below the housing amendments. Level at 23 to.
I make you a naked chair.
On the other paper. Level at page 5, the other paper.
Mr. Speaker, we wish to amend clause 23, paragraph 2, appearing on page B247, by adding immediately after the word proceedings the following words: in the interest of the public to do so. Thank you. The reason for this is to say, other than only for the purpose of judicial proceedings or criminal investigation, may we consider that we beef up and add this paragraph for the purpose of accountability and openness and accountability, that if it is for the interest of the public, that this information may equally be disclosed. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Minister Muluzi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to agree with the amendment.
Honourable Dr. Butale, Minister.
Nya, ne ke emela hela gore ke letse ke supile maabane gore ne nka be ke hutsahetse thata ha ne amendment e sa tsena ka gore ke motho o dumelang thata mo goreng public interest e tsengwe mo teng in the interest ya gore re nne le more transparency and also re netefatse gore dilo di dirwa sentle. So I support this amendment.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 23, as amended, stands part of the bill. The question is that clause 23, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is an amendment as at clause 24, is by Honourable Kgabatsulu Disho. Honourable Disho.
Ke tae motsela se.
Activated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill is amended at clause 25, appearing on page.
24.
Oh, sorry.
Give a lesson down.
I'll repeat. The bill is amended at clause 25. 24. Which one am I have? Sorry for one moment. I think I have a problem here. No, I've got a wrong one, I believe so. My apologies. The bill is amended at clause 24, paragraph 3, appearing on page B248 by substituting for subparagraph A, the chairperson shall be elected by the members of the technical advisory committees. Inserting immediately after the word sector at paragraph B.
Honorable, hang on. Honorable Aaron. Hardira molao. How taka amendment ya ka intsana? We bale exactly ya ka intsi. Where is committee? Say committee, not committees. In the committee. The bill is amended at clause 24.3, appearing on page B 248 by A. You read B, C, word for word. How are we going more? Hang on.
Okay.
You better check this more billing out. Yes, I'll come back to you. Huh? I get it. I'll substitute the subparagraph E. I get. The chairperson shall be elected.
This should not be 248. This should be 247.
247. Okay, I think we are clear. The amendment is in order. Is in order. The only thing that we need to correct is the page, which is 247, and not 248. I get it. Yeah, 247, not 248. But the amendment is in order. Honorable Disho is here. You can start moving the amendment.
Ke a leboga, Chairperson. Ke dumedise ba kaolong. I think this amendment re dumelana gore re tlogele.
Okay.
Ya A. We are withdrawing it.
Okay, the amendment is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, Honorable Disho. Yeah. Okay, I'll put the question. The question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
No, procedure.
I'm on the vote. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Can I be? What or withdraw A hell? Or only A? Or part A of the amendment. Okay. Motivate B and C.
Part B, the bill should be amended at clause 24, 3 appearing on page B247 by inserting immediately after the word sector at the subparagraph B with the words with a minimum of 2 years experience in the management role. In a management role. C, by inserting the following new subparagraph after subparagraph X, give a 10 and 11. Yes. 2 representatives from the registered community-based organization.
I put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Minister Muluzi.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Disho has not really motivated his amendment. Ka gore o supa hela gone gore o na eletsa gore go with a minimum of 2 years experience in a management position. Ga ke tlhaloganye gone gore e motivatwa ke me go ya ka nna go ya ka ha rona re sekasekang ka teng re lemoga ile gore ka ha ileng gore e kwadilwe ka teng mo nako ya gampieno ke gone ka ha ileng gore go siame ka teng. And therefore, because he did not even motivate for kanya gagwe rona ne ra akanya hela gone gore ha motho a tswa from the private sector go lebilwe di credentials tsa gagwe ka ha ntseng a dira ka teng gongwe ya go ke ga thokagala gone gore re bo re simolla re re a ba ana le lobaka le lekana in a management position. So go ra gone gore tota re dumela hela gone gore e siame hela e ntse ka tsela e ntseng jalo. And then se le one by inserting 2 representatives from a registered community-based organization, we think or the status quo should prevail because Honorable Disho is not saying why, and tota hela we reject the amendments.
Honorable Disho.
Yeah, Minister. The reason why at least a minimum of 2 years experience, the TAC, you can have a basquele labo, Teosimola Comola, Bachoku, boat. Basarana business can acquire hope. So, these 2 people from the private sector,
ba ile gore ba ka tisa bogakolodi mo committee yone ba nne le at least a minimum of 2 years experience re ra gore still le gone mo ba kgona go tisa batho ba 1 year kana ba 6 months ba ba tswa go private sector ba na le 6 months era le managerial role and that doesn't make any difference to batho bote the TAC yote tabena is na experience yote go ka gakolola the business community. That's why we're saying that if at least okay batho ba le babedi bona ba private sector at least ba nne le a minimum of 2 years experience at least bona ba babedi ka re itemogetse go le go ntse gore ba ba governmente ba o kgona go nna le wildlife sala ka hetsa go skwela ba go nna le wildlife ga ise a rane kgwebo gope. He can advise, but he doesn't know exactly. He doesn't have the experience of running a business. That's the reason why at least how can two minimum. That will help. He will add and make a difference to this group. At least a minimum of 2 years experience.
All right, Minister.
Kana yano wa I contradict because maabane har ne re bua le ka composition of the board and re go tsontse re go bo gona le batho ba bantseng ja wena o no o dumela gore go siame hela to go down gore re go tase so ko ena tse tseno gape o hetogile wa re o batla gore over and above gona gore e be le ba private sector qualified e bo ile gore gape ya no bana le at least minimum of 2 years. Procedure,
Mr. Speaker.
So, we reject this. Minister, I'm contradicting myself. Because here we're talking about TAC. How is it TAC? So, national board. TAC so I think level statement is because we talked about something different yesterday and today we are on a different platform, totally different. So
further supplementary.
Oh, yeah, okay, supplement, okay, clarify more.
Okay, clarification. Mr. Speaker. No. If you remember, maabane ne are ha go buiwa ka di member from the community. Gona ga ntshiwa sekai se se tsamaelana le ntu ye me ga se pa gore kana rena le ba gakolodi. Yana ha re dumela gore by TAC gore e representa parliamentary council. Gore it's more or less like that. Yano ke sone ha le ha ba le go ka re me a parliamentary council ya bone a be na le experience e rileng ke tsa gore wa thaloganya yano re bua ka the technical advisory committee.
Honorable Dr. Kozon, you will be the last.
Mr. Speaker, ke tsa gore Honorable Muluji Totayano o se tsa batla go disa di kgokahela le go thoka gore ha ka tshwantshanya board le technical committee e re buang ka yone e le gore ke bogakolodi je le gore ba direla puso go ra ke ra batla go nthare motho ka tswahela mo college kana tswa kwa tswanteng hela ka ha ntseng ka teng ba ka tsengwa hela go asena experience go ta go gakolla eng sa se itse ka re go batla gore motho a ba na le itemogelo jo bo rile tota go taba go sa siama gore re ka etogela hela e bulegile re sa le ke gore bogolo mme ba na le experience e rile ke ra gore Honorable Muluji apo a kono akanya
clarification
o bua ja ka la kwele no le ka
clarification or Minister Muluji
nya na kana khanyele tsinyi buiwa ke ba ka o lengwe gore skill experience and competencies ga di thokale go telele so ha ke nna bone ha ile ka go siana ha ile ka ba change ya no ba re ba thoka skill ba thoka le di experience so nna kare ba ske ba debate dilo ba lebile convenience ya bone.
Dr. Kozon. Na kwa go se ka 42 seconds.
ya ne ke re ka ha ke bona ra molitsate ka teng o ka ro batla go gana hela ka gore ba letse ba mo ganne maabane mme ke bone ke ka re tshwanetse re dira ka teng ka gore go na le mabaka ebile go buiwa ka structure se sele se se re buang ka sone gompieno ke sone se nna ne ke re nya a re amogele go ne le experience se ke ra bula hela ga tswa ga tsena manyewana le gore ga gona bogakolodi bope hela gore ba ta bongwe ba le mo ba bangwe ba le ba bua language le gore le ene mongwe ta ba sa tlhaloga joro go bua ka gae so nna ne ke re nya some experience ya bua ke honorable nna ke tsa gore re ka ya amogela ke a leboga Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I'm going to put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of their opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. We go to clause 25.
Question on clause 25.
Now, before we proceed to 25, yes, the question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. The question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. As many as are of their opinion say aye. Aye. Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, le to dira molao. Ha le ka se le vigilant. Le ta tsena mo
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
No, I want a procedure. Honorable members. Ke bona ro ka re gona le letsapa le lentsi. So, you were debating the amendment by Honorable Disho on clause 24(3) on page B248. So the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have their opinion say aye. Huh? Yes. The question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. That's the question. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Let's go to clause 25. There's a proposed amendment by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡 at clause 25.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill is amended at clause 25, appearing at page B248, by substituting A for the word conduct appearing under paragraphs F and G, the word oversee, and B for the word assess appearing under paragraphs H and I, the word oversee. So, tota hela kakanyo ha ke gone gore instead of gore they should conduct elections, they should oversee the conduct of elections, and we are saying instead of assessing, they should oversee. And so that's the tota hela, that's the logic. Whenever they should oversee rather than conduct or assess. I submit and move accordingly.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairperson. Nekere yone close yone ke tsela re ke yone ya me ke itsele mo ke tsentse mo 5 e latela. Ka jalo ke dumalane gore nya me nkopetsi o utlwile Mr. Molotsi o utlwile se re se bua go the TAC their role ya bone is to advise, as their name suggests, or technical advisory committee, not to undertake. Kore ha ba tshwana ka tsela batho di tshwetso sa bone ke go gakola ke go ha bo gakolodi yano bo go undertaker bo go this ke dumalane le ene sa se buile. So we listened. No, that's what I've amended in the following one. Ke re ke dumalane le wena nya ha re bate molaodi a dira tsotlhe tseo ta bo mo dirisa diphoso ke a leboga.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. All right, members, I can see there's an addendum. Yes. There's an addendum. Before the addendum, yes, I'm drawing your attention to the addendum. Honorable Mapulanga wishes to also amend at clause 25. But let's start with Honorable Kapinga. Honorable Kapinga, clause 25. Let's start with, we're still on clause 25. Yeah, start with Honorable Kapinga. Go to page 6 at number 4. Number 4. Yes.
The bill is amended at clause 25, appearing on page B248 by deleting subparagraph G, H, I, J, K, and I appearing therein. And L, sorry. E. Ke tsela re ke tsone tse re bua ka tsone tsa bo undertaking and conducting bontsi jwa tsone. A technical committee. 25. Just give me 1 second.
Billing is page B248. And then you go to clause 25 on the functions of technical advisory committee. Get, as you say, G, H, I, J, K, and I.
G, H, I, and I. Conduct, assess, review. Nya mi ke tsone tse ke re Mr. Chairperson gore ke dumalana le tsone ke tsela re ke tsone tse minister a di amile bontsi jwa tsone gore di tsamaelana hela tsote ke go tsa dithata tsene di hilwe molaodi go ba gore ba undertake ba diretse tsotetse ba oversee ra re tsote tseo di tswe mo bolaodi kana mo the technical advisory committee sabotiro ya bonela ine ya go oversee le go it's exactly the same. Oversee mote. A. John. Now we are deleting G up to L. We are deleting completely. Yeah. You say we have to delete them? Yes.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All right, Mr. Muluzi.
Mr. Chairman, ki dumela gore re sa tswa go jaaka ba kaoleng ba ne ba bua maloba ba suggesta re ne ra dumelana le bone gore re hetole the wedding gore re tsenye oversee jalo jalo gone gore re ntshe bo conduct re ntshe bo assess and therefore re sa tswa go idumalana yaanong ga ke dumele gore honorable diso e ka re sona re dumalana gore nya yaanong paakanyo ele re idumalane a ba ata gape ele ena ba re yaanong a re diliteng gape nna ke tsayela gone gore mokauleng wene o ka gore re dirise nako sente o ka withdraw gore re kgone gore re tswelle
Honorable Disho.
Nya ne ke tshwaretse mokaolengwe ne ke tshwaretse mokaolengwe yona a dumela gore tota ga di a kwala sente go te ba ya conduct so you have to delete them yaano re welelane re dumalane na le wena gore ka tse ke di-function tsa ba the technical committee maybe we should just amend them by saying re ba hokoletse dithata ke dumalana le wena ya withdraw ha ke yo mo go yone ya gore ke withdraw e ntshitswe ke re Kene Kapinga Honorable Kapinga nna ke dumalana ya gore we have to amend them instead of deleting them yaano re welelane and we have amended them Chairperson ke a leboga.
Yeah, he's not budging. I'll put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Let's go to Honorable Disho. Honorable Disho. Still on clause 25, you wish to make an amendment again on clause 25. Number 5, page 6. Page 6 on the order paper.
On the order paper, page 6. But that's clause number 27. Like it's very elegant. Hey, Q&A. This is the one. So you're dealing with this one. Oh, okay. Nakarangwe hitile kayon. Nakarangwe hitile kayon. Mura nani ki takaretse. But I think this is what I answered. Kire, Jonedio Tsabo oversee. Well, the bill is to be amended at clause 25, appearing on page B.248, by substituting for the word undertake, appearing under paragraph E, the word oversee, which is Q&A, the minister I will canteranya. Redumalani kayon isiami. Q&A kire unko peti usiami we bone ko order paper ya me abaitsa. We delete it, it's fine. No, yene keno chancura withdraw. Naki nayami pass it.
So it's revoted so you can withdraw it.
Erika iba go dimo Mr. Chair.
Wana ka withdraw ya gago.
Gore ke supore ke win. Nya me ke withdraw Mr. Chair.
So Honorable Disho, withdraw the 25, both A and B.
Both A and B.
Yes.
Both A and B.
Okay.
I made them as amendments. So
Yes.
Minister Audi Tzerlian, Udu Malanelen.
Withdraw.
Okay, no, I'll withdraw with him.
Now, honorable members, we are still on clause 25. Now we go to the addendum. This amendment is withdrawn by Honorable Disho. Clause 25, appearing at page B248. That one is withdrawn. So we go to the addendum because we are still at clause 25. There's an amendment by Honorable Simasiko Oscar Mapulanga, member for Chobe.
Ke a leboga dula stilo. Ke emela ga go sutisa gore go nne le paakanyo mo molao kakanyetso number 25, clause 25 on page B248 by deleting the paragraph ya K. The reason being that we are now being authoritative thata. Abatho ba ba mewang ke dikgang tsa bone tsa ditlhabololo tsa motse ka di community based organizations tsa bone e nne bone ba itirelang diplane tseo le ditlhabololo tse ba di eletsa go na le gore yaanong go twe ke function ya TAC ka gore ba na le dikeletso tse ba batla go di dira mo kgaolwane ya bone kana mo motseng wa bone e nne bone ba ba itseela ditshwetso ke sone se ke dumela gore ye ga e tlhoke go re beleha ka gore e tayo e ba tlhakatlhakanyetsa gore go tsaya ditlhabololo tse ba di eletsa mo motsebe go to yaanong unless di approvilwe ke TAC ke gone ba ka dira ditlhabololo mo motseng ke dumela gore di tshwanetse gore gongwe re
e bale ya kaintsi word for word.
Go delete non the bill be amended at clause 25 appearing at page B248 by deleting some paragraph K appearing therein. Thank you, Chair.
What of procedure? Procedure, man of God.
Procedure, Honorable Baruma.
And good afternoon. Honorable Speaker. If you look at item number 4, here's a one who deal like I want. How a bala youth in a paragraph K. And if you look at this addendum as well, it specifically talks about K, which tells me that we're done with this paragraph. So we don't need to deal with it anymore. We've gone past it, Honorable Member, unless I miss something.
No.
Thank you.
No, Honorable Barumwan. I get it, the import of the amendment, or what Honorable Kapinga sought to do, was to delete from subparagraphs G, H, I, J, K, and L. So amendment I think e kumpa ka di subparagraphs. Se tsa batang di suthi. Lebele gan. Again. Lebele gan. Ha le seno na le gan. Ona re mapolanka yano o le susuetsa gore nya mme ka nne le ganne go dilita tse di ka hetsele di 5. Yano eno batla o dilita e 1 hela K. Wa kanya re ngwe le ka dumela. So Kelari is perfectly in order. That's what I want to. Yeah. So I'll put the question. I don't know if, or you are still. Yes.
Yeah, make a good. In the first attempt was to group them together, and we refused. Yeah, and we refused. Yeah, no. Mo sa tanka son. Ke gore oh okay. Me go ra gore ka le di ganne tsotlhe di le tsompa. Gongwe re di le tele nngwe hela. Then my question is, what difference does it bring? What's all of a sudden changes the narrative?
You can raise that as an argument.
Okay.
Procedurally.
Yes, procedurally and technically he's right.
Yes, he's right. Resume your seat. I'm putting the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Or Minister Mulus?
Nyame, Mr. Speaker, ga ke dumalane gotlhelele le gone gore go delete K, airing oversee development and implementation of urban or village development plans. Kana o ta gakologelwa gore we are introducing kanyone ya gore tota di trust di tshwanna ke gore di nne le di development plans jalo mme jano ha ile gore re batla gore re ntshe yone gore bone this PAC bo ba ka se ba oversee development of this, then go nna le mathata re boela go no ko morago go ileng gore di trust di tshwere madi ga di dire di thabololo madi a teng a jewa hela ha gongwa go twa berekile gore a reketse batho dikhombo ka boipuso. That's the mischief that we are trying to deal with. We want gore ba thusiwe in the development of this urban development di planets tsa go di kgaolong tsa bone tse leng gore ba mo go tsone. So ga re khona yone honorable Maplankai kana ke yone thusang gore yanong batho ba kasane ba ye go benefita ko trusting ya Paleka gore yanong e be le gore ditsompelo tsone tse di reisiwang ko Paleka di thabolole motse wa kasane jaaka tota ile keletso ya rona gore go dirwe jalo. So ga se gore re tsenyeditse ga mahala, re tsenyeditse ga ka lobaka la gore re lemogile gone gore madi a di trust a ntse a sa dirisiwe mo dithabololong tse di tlhokagalang mo setšhabeng. Madi a di trust a ntse a ijelwa hela batswana ba sa benefit. So nna ne ke re go ngwena o ta nthusa ka gore wa itse gore ko o tswang teng seemo keng yano ha ile gore o dumela gore yano re tswelle hela ya ka go no go ntse batho ba je madi di galo di sa thabologe yanong ke bona gore yanong ke nosi mo kgaolong ele ya Chobe.
Ora Bisho
nya ke a leboga nya tota yone minister le ene wa lemogela re tshwanetse re delete le ene wa e bona ha e debate ala o kgona go bona re has to delete this thing because it doesn't work. If we were to empower the community a be re ba tsela dithata tse di tshwana mo go ba batla go phunya sediba go tinya e se re go reporta pele ko TAC re go dira yana le yana, then re go dira re go tsamana le government gape ne government yo palela go mpie ko ka ba direla bo ba isa go bone kana government o mpie go a palela go ka thusa bona batho bona bale yana. Why happy coming to them a go re he batho dithata gore ga ba batla go ka itirela se ba batla go ka se dira ba se dire at the end of the le bo gakolo jwa TAC. Yes ba ka ba gakolo aragane because they're there to ka ba gakola mme ga ba batla go ka itirela selo a ko ba itirele go na le re sentse ba ya go ba o noka go office ya molaodi dilo tse ke tsone tse di paledisa di trust tsa rona go operate mo bo gompieno ke tsone tse di paledisang batho ba rona. If you have stayed in those areas le batho bone ba o bona o lebelela diemo tse o tshela le tsone ko re tlhaloganya motho, but because ga wa tshela le bone re molotsi ga o itse dilotse ke gone o di bona hela gona ya gompieko ke sone se o kgona go ganyeletsa le rona rona re ya go bolela gore if o le kgakala ko bokane o na le trust o batla ka phunya sediba ke go dumalana ka gore le na le body ya lona e tsamaisang sengwe le sengwe e na le boikarabelo e hilo boikarabelo a go etse dithatala tse di tshwanetse e go phunya sediba sone se go na le gore ba ye ko molaodi molaodi o re diela go akanya hape le ona ya ko molaodi ga gongwe kana go TSC.
Point of order, Madam, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Point of order, Honorable Minister Muluzi.
Mr. Chairman, kana mathata a rena lone ha ke di emotion tse ba ka ulengwe ba lebegang bana le tsone ke gore ntwa ya lona le molaodi ga re tlhaloganye rona yaanong rona le ga re bua ka technical advisory committee lona le lwa le molaodi ga re tse gore ke molaodi ya ko kgaolong ye here re bua ka technical advisory committee e leng gore ke bogakolodi yaanong lona le mo go molaodi yaanong nna ne ke re a tsene mo tseleng hela a bua ka TAC ebile e leng gore gampieno ke molao wa ntlha e tsena mo molaong kana TAC ke molao wa ntlha o e leng gore yaanong TAC e tabo e le mo molaong gore ye go dira tirwe ka ga molaong
nya me has point of order ke tsela gore ga o a itse le wena masole gore
ke nna ke tsamaisang
sorry
ke nna ke tsamaisang gape yaanong o na le gore re ga o mongwe a sentse a bua o boema ka dinao o se ka ira yalo o tla tsena mo mathateng hela matong yaanong mme Honorable Muluzi was trying to say o focus mo seo reng sa amendiwa which is clause 25 and deletion ya K. This is about the functions of technical advisory committee. Yaanong a rona wa gane le thata mo molaoding.
nya ke a leboga kana ne ke re ke a mo araba ke morara kana ga o na le masole ba le bantsi ga o batla go bola masole ba le bantsi bo o simola ka di-juniora then o mo mathateng o tshwanetse gore o simole le konokono wa bone pele o thabantsene o itse go lwa go head so molaodi ke ene the chairperson of the technical advisory committee ke ene e le gore re batla mo rontsha dithata tsone tse o mo ga tsone ka gore ke ene chairperson ke ene motsaya karolo ke ene motsaya ditshwetso ke ene o laola TAC gore e tsamaye yaanong ra re ka ke ene chairperson
Point of procedure.
ka ke ene chairperson
Point of procedure, Mr. Chair.
nya themolotse
Minister.
nya ga ka ke a batla gore re mo tlogele hela re molaodi ke ene o tsang ditshwetso molaodi a na le committee ya technical advisory committee ga a tseye ditshwetso ga ke itse gore ke haka ya go te molaodi wa go tsaya ditshwetso gone a go te oversee a go te go tsaya ditshwetso so ebile a go tewe molaodi ne ke re e baakanye gone o mo kauleng wa gore gone ke a utlwa gore wa mo thabantsha molaodi mme a re seke ra dirisa go thabantsha molaodi yana gore re bo re ntshang tumo tseleng gore re molaodi o tsaya ditshwetso no ga a di tseye
The challenge, Honorable Disho, is that more debating. There's a thin line. I know he's vacillating between what is stated in the bill and his line of arguments. So, the import of deleting paragraph K will reduce the power as a So, but what we need to be careful is stating as a matter of fact what is in the bill. So, what is in the bill is before you. Honorable Disho, let's 3 seconds.
nya mi 3 seconds yone ke re a re delete point e mongame ke a dumela thank you
Honorable Dr. Obutswang.
Ke a leboga Chair kore kgang e buiwang go te batho ba ja madi o ka re kgang e tona ke gore di-body tse kgato di ja madi ke so se e le gore go tisa technical team go ta go kamela ditiro tsa bone bagaetso ne ntse re editse PAC proceedings mme motswana o ne a reditse PAC latest proceedings ga o kwa ntlha wa re bodiredi jwa puso bangwe ba ka tswa ba sa senyetsa puso jaanong mme ka mabaka a gore ba senyetsa puso mo go tseleletseng e be re re jaanong re tshwanetse re batse structure sengwe kana business Botswana gore ete go ba o kamela ka gore ba senyetsa puso. This line of argument ga ke bone gore re tshwanetse re amogele go telele. Rona gompieno ana ra itse re le mapalamente gore re na le CCP. O kgona gore o yo madi a 10 million.
Elucidation.
O bo tsenya second city. O bo tsenya di project. Financial number 1 di sa diragala. Financial number 2 di sa diragale. So this tsenya gore technical team ye ya gona ene ta resolve andi kgang batho ba dira dithabolo. It's a fluke. Ha gona ba mmarumo teng. So nna ke batla go dumelana gore a re busetseng ko morago go se kaenyana re le seng batho ba dire se se tshwanetseng. Ke a leboga she.
Honorable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗓.
Ke a leboga kgang ye kana ke maloba ke bua e thanolwa gone mo ntweng ye ke re kana go botlhokwa go nna le batho ba mohutao ba ile gore ba ka gakolla ta ke go se kaegela mo metsutsong e menyenyaneng ko magalape ne le mogopolo o monte tota mo e leng gore ko settlement engwe e bitswa Madiperete e le gore ba batla go aga tleliniki ko. This is not in the development plan. And how so to level go ithala le gore ha ba agileng tleliniki teng ba agile ha gare ga tsela in the development plan go heta tsela go no ho jaanong wa bona gore ga nne go nnile le bogakolodi pele go simologa jaanong ke sone se o bona nna ke dumela gore dilo tse tsa dithabololo tse ga di diragala the implementation ya tsone di overseewe ke technical committee yone e buiwang. Technical expertise are needed in any hub ba thusa gore dio di tsamaye sentle. Yaanong ke nna ke supporta honorable minister gore a khipe gore ba nne le oversight ha so tenne bone ba dire gate ba nne le leitho mo kganyeng e leng gore ya tsamaisiwa. Ke a leboga.
Minister Okeditse.
Thank you, Chairman. Negeriki supejalo gore tota hela I'm in support of the oversight e leng gore tla ba provide you ke technical advisory committee. So ha ile gore honorable Disho o go dira guilty ka gore o go let's kona le trust ga se ene hela a ska go tshwenya le rona re go let's kona le trust te. So it is not unheard of gore be ile gore di million tse lo di tsena ka di trust ha go ngwe di diriswe sente di gantsa teng di dintsi le go di court di teng. So the key thing here ke gore the village and the village development committees and other structures di a go tswelela di le in charge of the planning ya tsone mme tla be di dira planning zalo in consultation with the advisory committee gore di kgone go tsamaya sentle. Ga re ke ra tswelela re letella tsamaiso e leng gore ke a maloba e leng gore mo go yone ha o tsene mo boarding ya trust go taba gore a gore jaanong wena le sethophanyana se senyenyane le se le kgona go dira go kgona le go rata hala ka gore you are in the board of the committee. So you should not be made to feel guilty ka go leka go dibela le go thusa setšhaba ka kakaretso. E tabe le gone ja ka re inšora gore body tse di berekela batho ba metse yone eo ka go lekana di sa berekele hela ba ileng gore ba mo di body ba go rang ba re ba goletse ko di body ntsena ba thaloganya ka gore ba isiribuang ka sone ebile bangwe ba bone ke ba tsaya karolo mo di body ntsena. So they should actually be saying to you gore re tshwanetse re dire gore protect the general community from the overreach e gona go nna teng e dirwa ke ba ileng gore ke di board member. There shouldn't be anything saying gore it's wrong about this. E tshwanetse nne so se ileng gore ba tshwanetse le bona ba se itumelele mme ke thaloganya gore go ganetsa ke tiro e tona ebile e gona go nna thata.
I'll take Honorable Mapulanga as the last one.
Ke a leboga Mr. Chair. Ne kere ke tswale yana kere kana sa nthare tshwantse ra lemoga gore homo is community based. Me ha ile re yana ra go tsa homo be re go centralized to DDC and NDP. Gora re yana re tse re thata tsoti. Ka gore gompieno ana batho ba bana le direct benefit from their natural resources. That natural capital ba batla go idira go ikitsa mo le homeng. Wena bo ba ra gore ga re ke la dira tlhabollo yo ka gore ga eyo in the DDP ga eyo in the National Development Plan. You can compare that to 28.3, Mr. Speaker. How bona re yone ya hela itshwere batho mabogo mo metsing morago sa kgone go itlhabolla ka gore go tabo go twiso se le batlang go se dira ga se mo national development plan ga se mo district development plan mme bona le bana le tshwenyego gompieno ba tshwanetse re ba tseye madi a bone ba dire tlhabololo mo motseng ke gona ga re kopante gore nya ba lete ka madi a di-natural resources tsa bone wena o le puso o ntse o tsaya lekgethogale mo go bone wena ba dirile ditlhabololo tse o dumela di ka ya mo metseng ya bone tse ba le bone ba na le direct benefit mo go tsone le bone ba itirile ditlhabololo go tsweledisa ga ba dumelante gore matshelo a bone a ka change a ya go gongwe ke dumela gore kgang e modulasetilo gongwe nna ke ta ya arabela hela yalo ba ka e amogela ba ka e gana mme ba itse gore kana goga so se the bottom line ke gore gomo ke madi a morafe ba tshwanetse ba dirisa go ithabolola ba ye ko pele go a jamo a ntse a jiwa kore ke tshaba go nna ke re ministera gongwe ke ene o a jile kare ga gona sa se tisitse gore go jilwe bokae o nna hela a re madi a jiwa yane ke tshaba go tsena mo go yone mme mma ke wela hela ke re a re leteng batho ba tseye ditshwetso kare corruption ra e bona e teng mo pusong mme ga go se go change di-department kana go ntshiwa mme yaanong ga gate ebile batho ba senya mo e leng gore le jesu ga ana go ta go heta ka bona yaanong kgang tsonetse a re kopela re k a suspendiwe re bone gore
And I put the question on clause 24, on the amendment at clause 25. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. No. I think the noes have it, the noes have it. Let's go to clause 27. Honourable members, there's an amendment.
Procedure. Ke tsela gore ne re tswa mo clause 27 ne re tswa mo clause 25 gongwe o tola clause 26 and I wish to rise as per the relevant standing order from the floor and make an amendment. Thank you.
Hang on. Not at 26. I want to put the question on clause 25. So your amendment is at 26 or 25? Okay. All right. Let's vote for clause 26 as amended by the minister. 25. Yes. The question is that clause 26 clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. I'll repeat. The question is that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of their opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Let's go to clause 26. There's no amendment noticed. Honorable Kekonehile wish to move in accordance with standing order. What, do you wish to move the amendment from the floor? Okay. 26. Yeah. Kawai kwala kwala ho.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to stand and move amendment from the floor as per Standing Order 26 on clause 26. The clause reads, the Technical Advisory Committee established under Section 25 shall meet at least 4 times a year. I wish to replace the word 4 with 6, that it meets 6 times a year rather than 4 times a year. That is the Technical Advisory Committee. The rationale, Mr. Speaker, ke gone gore kana TAC ka ha ntse ka te gora gore e tabele mo ka e tsamaisang di trust ka gore advisory yo thehela kitso yo thehela, tsamaiso yo thehela, bogakolodi jo thehela, ba botsa mo di-TAC. And how ka re TAC, gongwe e tshwana le ya Northwest, e le gore di-trust tsa yone di ka nna bo 10, 12, mme e kopana hela ga 4 mo ngwageng. Gone mo hela gore a re gongwe go tla ba di-trust ka hamosi. Ra bona gore ba re at least o ra gore it can be more, but at least e ra gore se ka nna less than 4. Mme we still believe gore ena 4 hela ka boene, ka gore mongwe o ka na taba a re nnyaa go tilwe ga 4. Ene mme 4 e tabe le palo e ko tlase thata. Botoka ha e le gore at least the trust what the TAC meets once in 2 months. Go botoka thata gore dikgang tsa batho di ska di a diega go tere sampo re emetse meeting wa TAC re tabe re tsene thata ha re ka tsena la bobedi mo kgweding. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, let me bring your attention to Standing Order 77.2 on amendments to bills. Notice of amendments proposed to be moved to a bill shall be given not later than the day before that on which the bill is to be considered in committee, and except with the leave of the chairperson, no amendment of which notice has not been given given may be moved to a bill. I'm inclined to accept the movement of the amendment, given that it's not substantially changing the wording. It's just replacing the word 4 with 6. So I put the question, and I'm sure you have heard the motivation. The question is that the amendment be agreed to.
Honorable Minister Winter-Molusi. Ke a leboga, Mr. Chairman. Ke tsaya gore kgang kgolo ha ke at least 4. So depending on the workload, e leng gore e tabo e le teng ka nako eo e leng gore ba tshwanela ke gore ba e attend. Ke sone se e leng gore re rile ba tabo ba seka bone ba lebile gone gore workload ya bone ke eng, mme bo ba ka bona gore a ke sikisi yo mmuang kana ke 7 kana ke bokae. But we are saying at least 4 times. You see, it's important to give that guidance, because you see, how is a guidance is ebile how is a conservative ya go go nna le go senya mo gontsi gampieno. You know, or the community trust, the bodies that thing, what they do, because when a dispensation ya bo at least or ya bo special meeting, ba khona go kopana ga 10.
Procedure, Mr. Chairperson. Ke ne ke re gongwe Honorable Tona ha tshwara the gist of the clause. E bua ka technical advisory committee, ha e bua ka board. Body ke yone o ka reng ya ba ka senya ba ka tsenya, but technical advisory committee akere ha e duelwe ka madi a board ha e sitile. It does not have sitting. Ha ena sitting allowance.
So kgang ke gone gore se ke batang go wela ka sone ke gone gore if you don't guide go nna le gone go senya mo bonang go diragala ko di trusting mo eleng gore di special meeting ke ra di meeting ordinary meetings tsa bo di le 4 o ba taba ira 10 special meetings. So we need to guide, but in this particular case rare at least 4. So wena o eletsa gore re 6, so 6 is still there because they can do 5, they can do 6, and therefore Mr. Chairman nna ke dumela gore the honorable MP is covered, and la ke molebana he's happy. Re ka tswella jaaka go ntse ba gaetso.
Dr. Owutswang.
Ke a leboga, ke batla gore ke emeno ke eng amendment e dirwang ke honorable ke kgonegile ya gore ga gore at least 4 go ra gore e mongwe ene o ka tsaya gore hela ga weditse 4, mme go na le dikgang tse e le gore the community yone batla gore go kopane gore dithabololo di tswelele o ka nna re foa ba ema gone go ke yone mathata a leng teng, mme ke kgona go tlhaloganya gore honorable minister mathata a go ke a sa bui. Mathata a go a itse gore this technical committee tse ga di ka ke tsa kgona mo kgwelong o ba o neela, mme gape ba dila le development gape ya dithabololo le di mandate tse ba na le tsone tsa district. O a itse gore ga ba ka ke ba balla ba kgonne mo kgwelong ke se bonang a re at least gore bogolo hela ga ba ka totoba hela ba go heta a go fo go taba go siame. Mme the demand ya technical advice ya bone mo di community e tla bo se kana ka sepe ka go ntse ka teng ka gore bona ba bata implementation ba go slow implementation ya ka ba slow implementation yote ya bo CCP la di project tse ba nang le tsona. That is what is going to happen. You are introducing bureaucracy e le gore ga ka ya ba tswelela maybe lo bo bona gore o bona lo ena gore nya bogolo hela ba ka nna me demand yone bata gore be ba ka sita po 6 go a kopela jaanong amendment ye ke yone e siameng gore re tsenye gore 6 bogolo 6 go a kopela 6 times no ba ka dira 4 ba ema ga ba pateledwe ke sepe ke a leboga che
Honorable Disho.
Ya mi ke a leboga ne ke re ngwe ke bankanya sengwe ke a ba utlwa ba kaoleng ke lebogele bothale jo le kitso e tisitswe ke mokaoleng wa Botswana Congress Party re ke kgonegile tota na ke itemogetse le at least yo le tota le ene o tshwanetse re a tswe bokete jwa batho ba di ja tiro e dirwa ke batho ba the Technical Advisory Committee ke tiro e la e thata tota e nonohile gape re e rata la o bona ntse re ganetsa ra itse gore ba tshwanetse gore ba dire e bone ka jalo nna ne ke batla gore re ba he number hela re re 6 times a year or a minimum of 6 at least every 2 years 2 months they have to meet because if you say at least 4 at least you're not serious so are go 6 hela re aba kopane 6 times a year lensele at least Mr. Chairperson re sutisele at least yo le ba bele 6 hela re nya 6 times a year that would be perfect and that is fair enough pressure ra intsi thata go re kgaolo batho ba sotega re thoka lo batho ba botlhoka thata ba advice ka re ke tiro ya bone ya advice ba kopana le dikgang tse tsa letsatsi ba review ba access dilotsi so at least 6 times not at least 6 times a year. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have their opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Clause 27. Let's close 26. Honorable members, the question is that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that clause 26 stands part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 27. Honorable members, there is an amendment at clause 27 by Honorable Hlabatswele Disho, member for Kavango East. Honorable Disho, move your amendment.
Yeah, Chairperson. I wish to amend the clause 27 appearing on page B, point 248, by substituting the subclause 2 appearing therein. The following new subclause 2, a decision of a technical advisory committee on any question shall be by the majority of the members present and voting at the meeting end in the event of equality of votes. The matter shall be referred to the National Board for Resolution. Re ra gore e retse thata Honorable Molotsi. Se re bua ka sone gore a ka kwa buseletsa chairperson a thopile. A be re go palalana bo mo ha dithata tse dingwe hapo yana. O le one hela yana ro ha one molaudi. Ro ha dithata yana ro sipalete batho. Ra re ga ba palalane. At least there's a national board. Ko godimo e tsile ka re Molotsi minister e hapeleng body jone. At least ba hiwe dithata tsone tse
to go and resolve this matter. Instead of Malaudi Alawane, go ka tsaya ditshwetso, batho bone ba palelane within the same group. Yaanong re bona hore ha hore tabo sa ba direla sente mo grupo kgantele yana o tsenya dithamana mo grupo yone eo. Ga ba palelane a gone someone yo ile is outside that group, which is the national board, to resolve this matter. Krare a ka explain further ne kere ke emela hono motsedi wa ka leboga.
Order, honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable Minister Winter-Muluzi.
Me gape ke tsaya gone gore honorable Disho wa lemoga ebile wa itse gore that's standard practice hela gone gore the chairperson mo di committee ka go harologana o dira jaaka this bill suggests, and therefore gore be le gore yaanong ka lobaka la gore ga a bate e be le gore a re yaanong ha go thailwe go tshwanetse go tswe decision yaanong go bo go kwallwa ko national boarding a gona go pega go tsamaiwang ka tsela ntse le gone ha ile re bua ka efficiency e le gore re serious ka efficiency ra re tshwanela go re dio tse di tsamaye ka bohego di community di thabollwe mme be le gore ra re ha go sa dumelane mo committee national board e tabo ile la ntha go diragala mme ebile go a go stola progress la ntha le la bohelo. So na tota ba ka o lengwe ne kere ha gona sepehela se ke bonang o ka re ka se change mo to ye buang gore a decision of a technical advisory committee on any question shall be by the majority of the members present and voting at the meeting, and in the event of any equality of votes, the chairperson shall have a casting vote in addition to his or her deliberate vote. It happens everywhere. So na ba gaetso ba ka o lengwe ne kere a re sken ra senya ka ha dilo di tsamayang ka teng re tswelele ka ha molao o dirwang ka teng. Ke a leboga.
Honorable Minister Okeditse.
Thank you, Chairman. Tota hela ha re lente re setse re ra hela gore go nne ikete ra gane se ka re batla go amend. Look, you cannot argue that you want less bureaucracy, and then at the same time you say ha re le mo bokopanong kana mo meeting ha re sa dumalane, we must refer to the national board. That is you now introducing a lot of bureaucratic impediments that are not necessary. Over and above that, totally some things are fairly standard. If you go through what they call the Robert Rules of Order, the board meetings, let's say, you will see there's always an aspect dealing with the boards, tie. And then you have the chairperson as a tiebreaker in such a meeting or in such a setup. Reinvent the wheel just because I think we should sometimes let things be as they are. For the efficiency that you want, you must allow that there be a tiebreaker within a meeting so that decisions are raised quickly enough. So the chairperson should be able to ordinarily break the tie.
Honorable Simasikos Kamapulanga.
Kalabagam Julastilo. Mavani Hakimi Hakirili, Hohata Mahuela Yakanere suspect. And Huawei. Maban Nerlimo close ya 4-4. Minister Rangangar, how can ba 4-4? Who breaks the tie? Abaitidimal. Retuamo functions at close K, Rehane, Huihitis. Hompi Nuruela, ya Rebonsa Riano. Rauchalaren Nail Matata, Kamolao. Kahore. Hello, you break and tie. Ki na hape yo leng gore gongwe o na le seemo kana conflict through that board. Abeli and break and tie. Kana at the end of the day, go na le possibility ya re ano re go na le dysfunctional committee. But ba nna o ba laletsa gore no TAC a tsena ka dikana ba re a ke re ke ya gagwe a itsamaisa. This is where we are. Because there are 14 and a possibility ya re ba tie e go godimo on every decision. So this is why ne re kopa gore ya no kana ha e nna yana nka bone re dira bo 5-4 kana o dira bo 13 members gore in most cases go ra itela go nna le conflict mo decisioning e be go tie ya no nna ke dumela gore o tla ba le conflicted ha ka re ke na break and tie ka letsatsi lone leo ka gore ga e ya moama and ha itsela tshwetso mo maloko a mangwe a ne le gore they were not in affirmative ba tla ba sa itumele mo dipelo tsa bone tshwetso e tla tsewa but implementation le ownership kana buy in ga ye go ya ko pele ba go kgona gore yaanong ba semole ba re gape ra ithaopa a ke re ga ba duele ke TAC ga e duele so gongwe re dumalane gore le yone a ya hita gompieno kana ga e hite le go e lebisa minister le go e lebisisa ka gore ra go hella re na e di-body tse di-dysfunctional ka gore go a bo go ngalelwane ka tshwetso e le gore breaker tie ya teng ga ya tshwanela.
Okay, and I put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. No. The noes have it, the noes have it. Let's go to the, yes. Honourable members, order. Order, honourable members. The question is that clause 27 stands part of the bill. The question is that clause 27 stands part of the bill. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, remember that we have an addendum. There's an amendment by Honourable Simasikos Kamapulanga, member for Chobe, seeking to amend clause 28, appearing at page B249. Honourable Mapulanga.
Tla go leboga modulasetulo ga e ke ne ke dumela gore ga ina go neela mashetha thata ga go ka twi o kana this is 28A. Is it 28? Yeah, 28A. Yeah, funds generated.
Sub clause 2. Sub clause 2.
Sub clause 2. Why mo gona ya ga ki. Okay. Ke ne ke re ha o e bala ya re the CBO may own or manage its property and assets. So na ne ke dumela gore ga ba tshwanela gore e nne mo gore ba ka nna ba nna dithoto tsa bona e tshwanetse ya na tshwanelo ya bone. So it has to be substituted. The bill is amended clause 28 appearing on page at page B249 by substituting for the word may appearing under subclause 2 with the word shall. This community shall own its properties and manage them. Ki emayal.
Di move it out. Layer number 3.
Then at clause 28 we are go 3 ki ne ki eletsa gore ba akanye le one gore re se ra tshwara batho ba mo ditlhabololo tse ba di eletsang maki ba lahela in short that the bill be amended clause 28 appearing on page B249 A at clause 3 by substituting for the subclause the following new clause. A community-based organization shall, in consultation with the local community, develop and implement a village development plan. Order,
honourable members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Remember, we are at clause 28. Honourable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗏.
Nyame leone ya ntha kana ha o tsenya sale jaanong o boga matsogo ka lone lobaka la gore a kere ga gongwe they would like to appoint a management company e leng gore e ka kgona gore yaanong e be e ka ga gongwe ba re na le madi ke a marane le komponi nngwe ya godisa jalo e be e ya manager koo. So ga re ke ra hella yaanong re tsere ditshwetso tsa gore re ba hunele matsogo e le gore mme a ba bata go investa ko di-stockong ko eng yaanong re tabo re kana go tile shall manage. So ka tsela e ntseng jalo ga re dumalane le yone, mme le yone ya bobedi e ke tsa gore ga o ka e bala e kwalegile ka botswerere thata. Ke a bona gore maikelelo a gago ke gone go ntsha yone technical advisory committee e o sa e bateng e rona re tsang gore ke jone bogakolodi. Yaanong ka tsela e ntseng jalo mo go tsone tsotlhe tota mokaulengwe ne ke re go raya gone gore ga re dumalane.
Point of order.
Ke kganya gore ga re dumalane, a re sa dumalane ga re dumalane.
Is a point of order or you want to debate?
No, never point of order. Ga re ke tloile TAC kana ga ke e batle ga ke dumela gore o bua kgae tshela ga e ho nna. My motive was once o simola wa line ditlhabololo tsa motse o batla gore ba itlhabololle batho ba kgaolwana unless ba dirile through NDP through DDPs ene ke nna a dirisa mahoko a go stola go mo yana go gona go stola keletso tsa batho. So ga ka ke a re ga ke rate TAC na di-functions se tshwanetse go di-player. So I'm not against it as ka wa to dirisa le go go gato go.
Honorable Tkhonery. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ki boammaaruri ke dumalana le tshutiso e tang ka Honorable Mapulanka. Kana re tshwanela ke go tlhaloganya gore rona re ta bua from our own experience gore ko re leng teng kwa re tshelela mo lenageng, re tshelela in wildlife management areas. Di-trust tsa rona bontsi jwa tsone di gone koo, and therefore kwa trust re e dirisa go itshetsa indigenous means of livelihood e leng gore ga re kgone go e dira under normal circumstances ka gore ga re kgone go lema, ga re kgone go rua ho tse e leng gore batho ba bangwe ba di enjoya outside the wildlife management areas. And therefore how ntha ore ka ke batla go itshedisa ka teng go tsamaelane le National Development Plan, go tsamaelane le dithabollo tse se direla puso di akantseng bo ditsela bo dikwele bo e. You have taken away my right ya gore nka kgona go itshedisa ka se se leng ho se modimo a se mphile. And therefore it is wise gore VDC le community as members of the trust ke bone ba ba enough, ke bone ba ba siameng gore ba ka consultiwa ka dithabololo tsa trust e batang go di dira, ka di-project tsa trust e batang go di dira, e seng se direla puso. Once ha re ya go se direla pusong ga gona sepe se trust ya go se dirang e se direla beng gae, se batwa ke beng gae ka gore se direla puso sa gore golo mo ga go yo mo National Development Plan. Therefore ke dumalana gore Honorable we tshwere sente. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as other opinions say aye. And the contrary say no. The noes have it, the noes have it. Let's go to the vote on clause 28. The question is that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 28 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. And the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, we go to clause 29. There is an amendment at clause 29 by Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister Muluti.
Ke a leboga Mr. Chairman. Nngwe ya dikgang tse nne di tshwentse thata maloba e ne e le gone gore ba ka o lengwe ba ne ba supa ga e le gore ga kgang ya molaodi and the account e ne e bua ka principal signatory e ne e ba tshwentse thata mme ra e leba ra bona gore go raya gone gore re e amende kana gape se ne ke se bua le gone maloba e ne e le gone gore the holding account ke account a se yone the main account of the trust. Yone ya bo ile account e dirilweng in the event go na le misappropriation of funds, go na le makhwere. E be le hore go dirwa yone account yone ka maikelelo a gore batho ba ska ba misa income go ngwe e tswang ko their investment wins e tswang ko di operatoring. So go go tnya molaodi ka khona gore ba dire holding account e madi a kana mang a tsena mo teng e le gongwe santse e tswetswe. So now because ba ka ulengwe ba ne ba supa ga bana le mathata le yone, we amended it gore ere where it is determined that there is misappropriation of funds of a community-based organ.
The bill is amended
Okay,
at
6, yeah, the bill is amended at clause 29 by substituting for subclause 5 appearing at page B250 the following new subclause 5. Where it is determined that there is misappropriation of funds of a community-based organization, the community-based organization shall, with the guidance of the Technical Advisory Committee, open a temporary holding bank account for depository and holding of all investment monies and assets of the community-based organization, and the district commissioner shall authorize for the release of the funds. I submit and move accordingly, Mr. Chairman.
Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable Disho.
Ya ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke supe jana gore ga ko re point ya Disho ga e ke kgadile thata o simolola konte ke re molaodi yo kana le gale o ngwana ke ona o kopa le balaodi nna re tshile le bone ra ba itse go dikgaolong. From 2007 till now, her policy idea from 2000 till now, balaodi ke bone ba ntse ba dira ba signa tsone these things what we talking about. Ya re go bolela rena le experience gore batho ba this misappropriation ya madi o bua ka one ke balaodi ke bone ba ntse ba sign la madi one mme ba dintse a la thega ya la tsatsi le tsatsi. So me ke leboge gore o rutile gore o dire yalo ke lebogela point ya gago ka gore o rutile thata o tswele o dire yalo ke a leboga.
Honorable Minister Ramhapi.
Mr. Chairman, kabu kuchonyane hela Mr. Chairman. Malawo tanka winter mulitsu obo toka tat. Pa kanui. Ka gore mosolo wa pa kanui to gono gore. La haile gore go ka nna le dikgang. Tse le gore di ta diega gore di rarabolwe. Mme di se ka tsa tshwara batho molomo. Di se ka tsa dia dithabololo. Dithabololo tsone be di ntse di tsweletse. Makgoa ha ngwe etere ha ba bata go dirisa lehoko le lengwe be ete ba re go nna go mo go bitswang go ke special purpose vehicle e leng gore yona e ka re ha dikgang tse dingwe di le teng koloi ye yone e be ntse e tsamaisa moono wa go dira se e leng gore se tshwanetse gore se diriwe kana ha re bua ka di-trust re bua ka dilo tsa setšhaba tse e leng gore tota ba na le mananeo mme ha e le gore o ta ithela le gore jaanong ha go sekwa ka ha di-account ka ha di tswetswe ba bangwe ba gana ka bangwe ba bangwe ba gana ka sepatšhe ba bangwe ba sia ka sone jaaka go diragala mo malatsing ya gompieno ga re bogolo mme ditiro tsone tse di botlhokwa e be ntse di tswelela tsatsi le letsatsi tse e leng gore di ka tshwana le ditiro tse e leng gore e ka nna go thabolola ditiro tsa mo motseng e ka nna ditiro tse e leng gore ke tsa go dira gore yone trust e bereke yaanong ke ka moo re reng re tsho re winter mulutsi ke go emeno ke nka susi ya go thank you
ke a leboga Mr. Speaker ma ke go leboge tona go boutile ka tshutiso eo mme amendment eo mme ke ne ke re kana o bua ka ha go na le matshwenyego mo trusteng gore re boele ko ba direla pusong ba name ba tshwere madi a trust a morai ba direla puso e le molaodi mme ebile o supa gore yona account eo e tabe e le temporary ke nna le matshwenyego thata a matona gone ho ha go temporary gore how temporary is temporary re ntse re itse gore a re tseye sekai hela gore ngota bo re molaodi e be nna ene yo signa a ba transferwa ko Good Hope dikgang di ise di wele
Clarification. Ne ke re ke
Clarification
ke clarify la ka bokiswane gore ga a sign o kwala lekwalo hela gore nya madi ga tswe ba tabatisa le ke ra ba kopa lekwalo a ba kwala gore nya ba ne ile madi
Ora on kawan.
ka leboga Mr. Speaker kana ke re madi ga ke a tswa mo bankeng a sa saenelwa molaodi wa ba saenne lekwalo so gora e ne le di-cheque bogologolo lone lekwalo leo le saenwa ke molaodi o ile gore ke ena re mo hileng dithata tsa gore temporarily a ba dira jalo nna ke na le matshwenyego a gore re tlile go tshwara dio tse di-trust di sokola ba direla puso jaaka o itse ba isiwa ko ba isiwang teng ditiro tsa community di eme mme honorable minister nna ke na le gore ke akanya gore ya go tsenya ba direla puso mo teng o e boela morago ka leboga
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure. Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead. Honorable members, I get pay attention. Hey, pay attention. I asked, most of you have been in cabinet since Monday. And I know what has been happening from last week. Honorable members, but I'm trying as much as possible to pay attention. The amendment, the amendment clause 29 by the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I want a procedure. Because I think Honorable Muluti, amendment Honorable. No, which is why when he voted, he said no. He was under that impression. And I've indicated that I'm quite aware, honorable majority of you here, Baleka, I know the cabinet. You have been sitting since Monday. Honorable members, pay attention. I'm going to repeat this vote.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I want a procedure.
Mr. Speaker.
I want a procedure.
Mr. Speaker.
Remember,
Order then.
Honorable members.
Yeah, order, Mr. Speaker.
Reta. Na. This amendment comes as a result of your request. Highly debate. I know I was not in the country, but I was listening to this debate. So now what he is saying is that if you insist on this vote, you are going back to where you were. And he's fine with that. I can coach. I'm saying if you insist, because it is you who asked for this. Yeah. So I'm putting the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, the amendments didn't. Honorable members, order. You have just voted in the affirmative for the amendment by Honorable Minister. Now, if you look at the amendment by Honorable Kapinga, it seeks to delete the words which are not part of the amendment. So the amendment will be incompetent in the sense that it will seek to delete words which are no longer there. So the amendment by Honorable Kapinga falls off. So we are done with the addendum because it contained Honorable Mapulanga's amendments. So now clause 29 as amended. Order members. Honorable Gozwang. They still say who are standing order 58. You sanzo re senne se ke go bona ke ska go bona ka mo kwate. Honorable members, the question is that clause 29 as amended stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 30 to 34, there are no amendments. The question is that clauses 30 to 34 stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that clauses 30 to 34 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 35 by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill is amended at clause 35, appearing at page B252, by inserting the following new proviso under subclause 3. And the proviso is as follows: provided that the trust property of the community-based organization registered under the Trust Property Control Act or other body shall vest in the community-based organization and continue to be administered and disposed by the board in accordance with the provisions of this act. I move accordingly.
Yeah, it's what
Ke kganya gore a kere ke kganya ha go ha trust e dissolve-ilwe yaanong ke kgang yone ya gore dithoto tsa yone di bo di sala ha kae. So ne re bua gone gore shall vest in the community-based organization and continue to be administered and disposed by the board in accordance with the provisions of this act. So dithoto tsone tse a utwana Maplanka 35. So ne re tsenya proviso yone o ka gore it was not very clear gore ha trustee dissolve your kgotsa e liquidate go diragala eng ka ditsa yone.
Honorable members, I give a Honorable Kikhonile, go to page 6 at the bottom where it says the bill is amended at clause 35, appearing at page B252 by inserting the following new proviso under the subclause 3, and then read it along with the clause subclause 3. There is a proviso that is added. Level Act diagram page B 252 subclause 3. All the funds, assets, and other property, movable and immovable, with immediately before the commencement of this act, were vested in a community-based organization, shall continue to be vested in the community-based organization. Then, after that, there is a proviso, provided that the trust property of the community-based organization registered under the Trust Property Control Act or any other body shall vest in the community-based organization and continue to be administered and disposed by the board in accordance with the provisions of this act. That's the proviso. I now put the question. Wait. Hey. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Loeditse ka yone bile honourable members mme le tsana mo bileng engwe go ra le tsana mo go engwe. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, please note that the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025, has 90 clauses and a schedule. Some amendments have been noticed. I shall therefore call the clauses ad seriatim. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 11 by Simasiko Oscar Mapulanga, member for Chobe. Please move your amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Ke lo leboga batotegi. Modulasetilo ke lebile ha gore re lapisitswe ke go nna re direlwa melao re seyo ko e direlwang teng. Ka jalo, we came up with this proposal for amendment. Number 1 here, the bill is amended clause 11 appearing at B263 by substituting for paragraph F appearing there in the following new paragraph. An academic field of environmental or land management who is a community representative. Reeletsa gore mo body jwa ya go bodiraju. Mongwe abatswa mo morafing kana mo kgaolong go nta go nna leitlho le go reeletsa setšhaba. Go na le go nna re utlwa hela go twe there's a board. Ke a leboga modulasetilo.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable Mr. Muluti.
Nyame mototegi kana gone ho ke tsa gore who is a community representative. Yaanong kana o etsa gore academia in the field of environment or land management leng gore go ya ka ha ile gore nane re akanya ka teng Okay, the minister shall by notice published in the Gazette appoint 7 board members from amongst persons with expertise in natural resources, environmental science, agriculture, business, legal, academic, in the field of environmental land and management, civil society, jalo jalo. Yanong, nane re tsaya gone gore se re se tlhokang ke expertise tsonetse ka lobaka la gore once you have this expertise batho ba ba ka kgona gore ba ntshe maduo a re eletsang gore a nne teng go sa kgathalese gore ke wa community kana wa community kgang ke gone gore re lebile maduo a gore ga re tsentse batho ba these fields or these areas maduo a go nna teng ke sone se e leng gore nna ga ke bone gore pharologanyo ya gore motho a ba tswa mo community eo e ka tswa e ka tisa eng hela se se kalokalo.
Honorable, ke kgonegile. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ra go utlwa tona kana kgang e tona ha ke gore kgang e tona ha ke gore dithutego tse boitseanape jo re dumalana najo bo siame bo relevant bo maleba but kgang e tona gape ke gore kana yone body e tlabe e lebeletse e sekaseka dikgang tse di ko bathong mme ha re bua ka batho thata di-forest dikgwa di ko tšhobe and therefore motho o ka botsa gore community ke eng. Community ga e re sepe as long as is a community representative mme go ka nna maleba ha e ka nna moemedi wa community e leng gore dikgwa di mo go yone gore a to go lebelela batho kana go na le sekgwa se reng there is nothing for us without us ke gore dio tsetsa bo go nna mo gaborone e be re tseela gore re akanyetsa batho ke bone hela ba ba le mo gaborone ke bone hela ba ba nang le dikakanyo ke bone hela ba ba itseng sengwe le sengwe le rona go re nnang teng ka ditsompelo tsa rona ka meamuso ya rona re itse gore ka di dirisa botoka ka tsela e ntseng jang. A member of this community kana a member of community will provide checks and balances to the bureaucratic decisions tse e leng gore di tseiwa hela based on expertise. Ne re sa tswa go utlwa maloba go te go ditlerile tubu gore it's a flood area go le mo office mo gaborone batho ba sa le ba nna go bo tubu for more than 200 years ke one diphoso tse di dirang tseo go akanya gore lona ha le mo gaborone le tshwere wisdom yothe ba ba leng go dikgaolong bone ga ba ka ke ba ikakanyetsa ebile ga ba ka ke ba le thusa go akanya go dira mananeo. Tshutiso ya ga Honorable Mapulanka ke dumela gore e tshwanetse tona a ko hela for once o kgaogane le mowa o le the for once la kgaogane le mowa o le o dumalane gore diphetogo batho ba bangwe le bone ba kgona go thusa go akanya.
Honorable Mapulanka.
Ke dumela gore jaaka ga na e digala teng Honorable SG ke tsweledisa gone go melao e dirilweng ha minister a presenta this bill o badile dikgwa di le 6 dikgwa tse tsotlhe tse di ko tšhobe mo e leng gore melawana yotlhe e craftilweng ka tiriso ya dikgwa tse ga re a se ko re nne le seabe mo teng ke supile ga maloba le di-boundary ga di segiwa ga re se ko re nne le seabe mo teng ke supile ga gore pitlagane go le kae ke sone se re dumela gore this is the high time a gore yana le rona re nne le mongwe yo sitang ko boarding from the community ya Chobe gore e nne leitlho le matho ebile le molomo wa rona gore se re se heletsang ga go segiwa go change di-boundaries a go thamalale hela go supege gore le rona we are included mo decision making ya tiriso ya dikgwa.
Clarification.
Well, I want to clarify that. So this decision making kana modula stilo ke le mo gore minister ga se motho go go retsa go re o tla ka position ya gago a bana rigid ka yona ya no. It is very important, Honorable, for as you go back molao wa go diragadiwa nna ga ke tswa gone ha from Pandamatenga to Parakarungu ke go se mola go ba address wa ba ama ene ba o tlhaloganya ebile ba tshedila ka ona ebile ba o itse wena o taboya yo mongwe a ya hela mo Gaborone North ha o bua ka forest and range resources o ipotsa re bua ka so se sentseng ja so di kgantsone tse ke tsone di re go etla gore re neele ntsono le rona mo kgaolong re site from this national board ho e ditshwetso di tsewang teng re nne le bogakolodi nako e santse e le teng go avoid go dira diphoso tse di diragetseng in the past tsa go sega mellwane e bapile le masimo a batho le meraka ya batho go tsenwa mo matoteng a batho ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Honourable Minister, you still wish to
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ne kere gongwe ke tlhalose dikgang tse tsa gore kana molao o ga se molao o diretsweng a specific area. You know, forest reserves can be anywhere. Go ile gore di ka dirwa teng. Yaanong ke sone se e leng gore ga re ka ke ra batla go akanya gore ga re dira molao re o direla a specific area. Mme gape ga o lebella tsone di-area ra tsone tse re buang ka tsone bo environmental bo agriculture bo eng bo business bo legal ga ke tlhaloganye gore wena understanding ya gago ke gore a ke tsore a o di understanda yaka re ke kgonegile gore ke batho ba ga borone ke ipotsa gore a le ra gore batho ba these fields ba mo ga borone hela a ga ba yo ko mahelong ka go harologana ba e leng gore ba na le background di tsonetse. So ka tsela e ntseng jalo motho wa background ya agriculture o ka tswa ko Chobe kgotsa wa environmental o ka tswa ko Chobe o ka tswa ko Bobirwa o ka tswa ko kae. So these areas tse re buang ka ga tsonetse ga go ato go twe a go ise go twe nya batho ba ba o tsewa ko ga borone kana ko university kana ko kae gate batho ba background yone yanong ka tsela e ntseng jalo ha motho a tshwana le Honourable Maplanka e le gore he's an agriculturalist mme se mo parlamente a tswa ko Parakarungu o ka kgona go nna mo boding yone go bo go sa nne la ile mathata ape. So ka tsela e ntseng jalo I don't think gore go simola re specify community go a re thusa nna ke tsa hela gone gore batho ba ba ka tswa mo community nngwe le nngwe mme gape molao o ke molao wa lehatshe a se molao wa region epe ke a leboga.
Ke lo utlwile honourable members. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. No. The noes have it, the noes have it. Order, honourable members, the question is that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Order, Honourable Kaiser. The question is that clause 11 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, members. The question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Order, members. The question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 13 by the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗜𝗢, move your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at our bill, clause 13.2, the function of a conservation committee shall be to keep under continual review the conservation of agricultural resources. So, releka gone go ntsha agricultural, gone go re tsenye natural. Jalo he, I would like to read gore the bill is amended at clause 13.2, appearing on page 264 by substituting for the word agricultural, agricultural, which appear there in the word natural. I move accordingly, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Order, Honourable Furniture. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have the opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, members. The question is that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. How call it sorry? Mon minister. I wanna coffee conte. It's out like a level the proceedings. I let's say it's a coffee line, sweet dealing. A loiling. Honourable members, the question is that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 14 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Can I amend now? Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment by Honourable Minister Mpho at clause 15. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honale, subsection subclause 5. More. Okay. Clause 15, appearing on page B264, is amended by deleting subclause 5. So subclause 5 that we are deleting, Mr. Chairman, caring a person who is aggrieved by the exercise of the powers of an authorized officer may appeal to the appeals committee under section 79 within a period of 30 days. That's what we are taking out.
Before I put the question, the copy I'm having here is so faint that I don't know what you are deleting. So can I maybe have the... You have the presentation copy? Do you have it there? No? No. These are a copy, sir. Honourable members, I hope Modi copy it's legible. Just so that agree you are aware of what he's deleting. He seeks to delete subclause 5 at clause 15, which reads, a person who is aggrieved by the exercise of the powers of an authorized officer may appeal to the appeals committee under section 79 within a period of 30 days.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
That's what he's deleting. Procedure.
Thank you, Chair. Haki is when I see motivator for the changes because the appeals committee on it, 79, and a person will always be aggrieved. And a person when is aggrieved, when I channel or I go home, Yanu Baring, Ari Moto Aba, Hela Honoho, Canano Abaya Komakota Zegero. He has to motivate the Talagore. What is he trying to do?
Honourable Minister.
A person who is aggrieved by Nyame, Mr. Speaker, I think let me withdraw that. Let me withdraw that one.
Let me just give you 2 minutes to confer. I'll confer with your officials, just so that we are sure. Now, Muluti. All right, Minister. Take a road, meme, lebon. Hang on, hang on.
Mr. Chairman, ne re batla gore re delete under this section. Gore re tere go ikhipa ko 78. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. You at clause 79. I think pay attention to subclause 5 there. Hang on, Scalabala Tamba, I confer with these officials. Hey, Honorable Butale. Meets, I think we have found a solution.
Yeah.
Order, members. Order, Mutsawa Nascent. Order, Minister Mutsawa. Or one solution. Not one solution. Order, Minister.
No, ke boa mmaruri gore yone sub clause 5 we delete ka lobaka lone la gore it contradicts 4 how lebella kana we are talking about how ya go to your any authorized officer may arrest, search or investigate any person suspected on reasonable grounds to be in contravention of this act and may seize any material, equipment, tool, vehicle or a source or resource for the purpose of investigation. And for any person who is detained and everything seized under powers conferred by this act shall be taken as soon as practicable before a court of competent jurisdiction. So Hagagaya go court abwa appeal within 30 days. So that's why we are taking this out. Hore jano yone etabwele ya di permits go 79.
Yeah, Honorable Muluti. What then now will be the importation of 78? I think your withdrawal should be on the basis that clause 5 will be a nullity in the sense that it says a person who is aggrieved by the exercise of the powers of an authorized officer may appeal to the appeals committee under section 79 within a period of 30 days. So, but this clause, the way it is, what makes it a nullity is 79. Because at 78, this is what it says. Any person aggrieved by an order or decision regarding a permit or any act may appeal to the appeals committee within 30 days. Yeah. So the bottom line is the amendment sought by the minister is that sub-clause 5 be deleted. I put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members. I lost my 15 again. The question is that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Yeah. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 16 to 21 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 16 to 21 stand part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 22 by Honourable Simasiko Oscar Mapulanga, member for Chobe.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Procedure, Honourable Muluti.
Mr. Speaker, tota kana the amendments tse di tsenang nako ya presenting difficulties because I have to contend with gore ke gone ke di bonang, and so it's very difficult for me to cope with them now ka gore tota ne di noticitswe in good time ke ka bo ke ne ke kgonne gore ke dilo le tsone sente yanong a ke itse gore Mr. Speaker, is it possible gore ke ka bona re ka bona ke ka move gore re bone break nyana ja 10 minutes for me to look at them and be able to respond sente because ke ra gore yanong ke go gobella mo gongwe ke tlo go gana ke tshwantse gore ke dumele mo gongwe ke a go dumela ke tshwantse go gana so ka lone lobaka la gore ke gone ke kopana le di-amendments tse di kana-kana ka motsotso wa bohele.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure, Chairman.
Yes, I was just conferring with the Learned Parliamentary Council on when he received the amendment. I think it's late yesterday, and they came to the clerks today in the morning. That's when how they made their way into the order paper. So I agree with the minister that mme ga di dintsi ba tote di 3 so ke tsa gore 10 minutes wa mo kopang o siame a re boeng mme a re boakwa ga ke lebeletse tiro ya rona ba gaetso ga e bontsi jo bo kalo-kalo a ko re dumalaneng hela gore re kgaogana re sena gona re e hetsa. It may be just a few minutes after 6 mme ga le ka move with speed it will be before 6. Honorable Pule, is he again?
My Chairman, what standing order is the minister invoking in terms of breaking for 10 minutes? Because some amendments they've been noticed through the speaker's table. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honourable members, we are now back in the assembly. I shall now invoke standing order 26.2. Standing order 26.2. Let's convene at 5:30. Yeah, we adjourn. Please be seated. Order, members. Kita mo bohausoning kita kopa leader of the house to move 2 procedural motions. But in the meantime, let's deal with the few amendments. We will go to committee. Order. Okay. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 22 by Honorable Simasiko Skamapulanga, member for Chobe.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo ke go leboge go re neela nakonyana ya boikhutso. Modulasetilo ke kopile paakanyo kana tshutiso ha mo B267. The bill is amended at clause 22, appearing at B267 by inserting at subparagraph A the following words: in consultation, that is open quote, in consultation with the community, close quote, immediately before the word ensure appearing therein. Ora re ka bokshanyana gore pele go dirwa sengwe le sengwe se ba eletsa go se dira ba nne ba semolle ka gore re sa bemba kana ba ba nna mo mahilong ona a lebagane le dikgantsone tse. Okay.
Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable Minister Mulutsi.
Mr. Chairman, this proposal or amendment, Mr. Chairman, is innocuous because we consult we consulted, and so we accept if the honorable member feels in consultation with the community anyway
Order, members. Yes, Honorable Kikonerile, you wanted to.
Mr. Chairman, I consult the mover. Me, how A and B, dear Chana, dinnerly in consultation with the community, as moved by Honorable Mapulang. Me, Halo Retona, Udumana Nali A, Kidumana Horwa Udumana B, and therefore Halo Raudumana B. Botoka in consultation in both A and B. Hongwe, I'd move for amendment to the amendment. I'll already study what I said later. The director shall in consultation with the community and then the follower Jakadin. Thank you, Chairperson.
Again, light alone. Yes. So the amendment, the director shall, in consultation with the community, and then it goes A, ensure that there's management guide. So I'll put the question on the amendment to the amendment. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is in order. That's proper English. Repetitive. So I agree.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Propose amendment to amendment.
Order, honorable members. The question is that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Order, honorable members, the question is that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clauses 23 to 26 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 23 to 26 stand part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 27 by Simasiko Oscar Maplanga, honorable member for Chobe. Honorable Maplanga.
The proposal is made to be amended at clause 27, appearing B268, by substituting for subclause 2 appearing there in the following new subclause, which will read as, except for his or her own field or ranch, a person shall not in communal area or with and without any appropriate.
Yeah, ako bale amendment ya ka we kwadile ya ka we
Ya ke
propose.
kwadi.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, the bill is okay. The bill is amended at clause 27 appearing at page B268 by substituting for subclause 2 appearing therein the following new subclause. 2 yate e go balega jana. R 27:2. Are you there? A. E go balega jana. Except for his or her own field or ranch, a person shall not in communal land and without any appropriate permit from a competent authority, e be tsweledisa tse di latelang bo ABC jalo. Ke lebile gore modulasetilo gangwe le gape re abelwa masimo a be go twe re a baakanya mme ga re mo tshimo ya me gore ke kgone go rema kana go epolola ditlhare tseo for preparation ya gore ke go lema a be go nna go twe ga e se ke ya ko officing ke ya go kopa di-permits tsa gore ke batla go thagola tshimo ya me kana ke baakanyetsa temo e tang go ya go nna ka re balaola thata ke so se ne ke eletsa gore gongwe minister o ka nna flexible mo go yone gore mme ha ile gore within your parameter ya tshimo ya gago o tlhagola kana o epolola disana gongwe re se ka nna rigid mo go yone ke sone se ne se gwetha tshutiso ya me ke a leboga.
Order, members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable Minister Mulutsi.
ke a leboga Mr. Chairman ke a go utwa mototegi yaanong kana mathata ke gore gape rona re mo dikganyeng tsa conservation a re le mo dikganyeng tsa conservation it will be very difficult gore re bo re lebaka tsela e ntseng jalo ka gore kgantelenyana le ha motho a tswa go rema go sele a re o tswa go rema mo tshimong ya gago it will be very difficult to manage mme gape se sengwe se o tshwanetse gore o se lemoge ke gone gore if it is other natural resources marepane for example re setse re fila gore yaanong it is becoming endangered species ga re o tseye gone koo o tanna gore nya ke tswa tsaya ko tshimong yame ke tswa tsaya ko tshimong yame so that is why rona really clear la ka kganya gore ga o batla go if you fell in your own or if you cut dithare mo tshimong ya gago you don't need a permit if it is for subsistence use. But you begin to, we begin to ask for a permit the moment we simolla go nna commercial, because we don't think gore tshingwana ya gago e ka kgona gore e produce dikgogo nako le nako. So ka tsela e ntseng jalo e tsehela gone gore molao wa gago ko a kganna gore motho a reme a tseye dikgomo mo tshimong ya gagwe, o ga a sa e o rekisa kgotsa ha e le gore ke phani kana o any other thing. If it is for subsistence use, we don't have a problem. Remember, re batho ba conservation and sustainable utilization of resources. So ka tsela e ntseng jalo ke sone se e leng gore mo go ye moka o leng wa re taske re dumalane. Ke a leboga.
Ora ke kgonegile. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ke uta tona ya no ke gore ga a wele mo goreng ke gore ka ha clause e kwa dilweng ka temo billing ga e exempte motho from tshimo ya gagwe jaaka ena a bua, ga e mo exempte total. Ye gore a ere le mo tshimong ya gago tota o ye go bata permit. Ha ke tsore that is your intention. But if that is not your intention, then the clause does not say that.
Clarification.
Granted.
Mo communal area ring, including le mo tshimong ya gago. If you harvest for subsistence purposes, you don't need a permit. Okay. In any communal area, le mo tshimong ya gago, ga o tseela go a go dirisa, ga o tlhoke permit wa tsamaela o thamaletse.
Thank you. Ya no sono so se buang seo ga se yo mo tloseng. Unless you are saying there is another clause within this bill area law. But how sena clause epe within this bill area law? It is very paramount for a bill ye pronounce those intentions. And that is what Honorable Maplanka is saying. He's saying your intentions are not pronounced within this bill. That's what this amendment is talking to. Hore tshimo ya me ha ke ntsha dikgomo go yone o di hitela di le ho.
Mr. Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Minister Ramautwana. O ntsha maske ka hore o sefa.
Mr. Speaker, already the bill has provided for. Under interpretation section here, what is substance gathering? It means collection on land declared as forest reserve or land under forest management of any forest product solely for the ceremonial, medicinal or substance consumption. How to get permit? You go to 28, the exempt substance use. 28, you are notwithstanding anything contained more 27 the minister may exempt any person from application of the provision of section 27 for substance consumption. Go right is substance. Or exempt. Or 65. You will have 65. Or 65. 1. Do any work substance or how to give one permit for a person or a community shall conduct substance gathering in such quantities as needed, and a substance gathering shall not be done for the purpose of commercial enterprises. So anything that is substance, you are free how to get the permit.
19 seconds. Thank you. But the issue amuthaga ebotsang Honorable Ramautwana ke gore, is the word subsistence appearing anywhere within this particular clause? Does it appear here? If it is described, it has to appear here. And if it appears here, then it clear you refer to the definitions. But does this clause, does it have subsistence? It does not have subsistence. I think Ramautwana akoyeme otalo sehorware.
Honorable Minister,
Section 27. If you go to clause 27, clause 27, it lays out where no person shall do blah, 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 failing, doing this, that. You go to 28. Now, 28 now deals with 27.
as an exemption now for substance use, consumption. Because what it is saying you can't do at 27, 28 says, now I'm exempting you for personal or family use. For firewood, another way you can use. That's what 28 is saying. Now exempting you from 27. When you go to 65, 65 also repeats and says, if you want to commercial use,
Clarification.
you are exempted. You don't need a permit. So both 28, 65, and even the interpretation of what is a collection for substance use says there you don't need a permit. So they are covered. Whether it's from your land or from the managed forest gathering, or from somebody's
that's clear.
field.
Clarification,
So you are
clarification.
exempted. As long as you say you commercial use.
Clarification. Yeah, yeah, ke tsa gore o tlile gape ga se gore o hodile floor nna re o emelela ka procedure go tlhalosa gore this is dealt with. So I mean, having heard that explanation, do you still insist on the amendment, Honorable Mapulanga?
Yes, Mudula Stolo, I do insist because I'm talking from experience. And that's me. So I believe it is substantive for this amendment.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I understand that the Leader of the House, Honorable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗜𝗢𝗧, has a procedural motion to move. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move in terms of Standing Order 27.1, that today, being 6th August 2025, we extend sitting hours beyond 1800 hours in order to deal and dispose of all business as appears on the order paper. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move further that this Honorable House sits from 0900 hours to 1300 hours and convene at 1400 hours to 1800 hours, on Monday 11th, Tuesday 12th, and Thursday 14th August 2025. This is to allow the House to transact all business anticipated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kana ngwao mo ntlong ye ke gore the Business Advisory Committee e tshwana ke gore e kopane pele and then e dumalane ka go hetola dinako tse ha ile gore di a hetola yaanong ga go lebege Business Advisory Committee e kile a kopana ga go lebege le rona ko General Assembly re kile ra kopana go itsisiwe gore gate dinako di change ka gore but hela gore dinako di change-iwe gone hela ka gore batho ba na le dipalo tsa gore yes ha se gone Mr. Speaker ga re a tshwanela go dira nna ne ke re Mr. Speaker, let's deal with issue ya tsatsi eno finish nnatane ya tsatsi eno e nngwe eo go bitswe General Assembly go Business Advisory Committee e kopane and then ke gone e be re ka tara tlhaloganya mabaka a teng e seng hela because rona already we have scheduled sa beke e tang and se include business ya parliament and for us gore go te remove schedule ya re sa itse gore gate re se movela eng ha re kgone go tlhaloganya Mr. Speaker nna ne re re dile le order paper ya gompieno and then tse dingwe tseo Business Advisory Committee ya go kopana re tere buisane ka tsone ko General Assembly re tlhaloganye se ka ra tsewa ya ka bana ya thank you.
I'm sure le lebeletse nako. Honorable Ramagapi.
Now, Mr. Speaker, tota ha gona le tiro e ntsi e hapele ga rona e re patika ja ele ya tshwanetso ja ka re bona re tse dingwe tse bile ke tsa tshwanetso di tsile di le dintsi di tabosigo di ta go council e be di tsengwe mo order papereng phakela. We don't have any choice. Ke ka mone honorable Winter Murutsi ya re kana tse dingwe le nna ba getso ga re le mphe nako ke go consulta gore ba ga rona ba reng kwante. Therefore gone mo hela gore a gore ha ne re soletse re nako e ta hela ka gore
Order.
therefore ke dumela
Point of
le
order. I put the question, honourable members, the question is that the motion be agreed to. The question is that the motion be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Yeah.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of procedure.
I have. Honourable members, this is a procedural motion, and I think the preponderance of the voice is very clear. We are going back to committee. Order, order. Honourable Maplangan, you are on the floor trying to motivate, trying to respond to what the minister was saying.
We at
Okay, let me refresh your mind. Remember that you are proposing an amendment at clause 27, and you are saying that there be a substitution for subclause 2 appearing in the following new subclause. Right?
Error.
Yes, and the minister was saying that is taken care of under clause 28, which provides exemption, and 65, which provides exemption, and thirdly, on the interpretation.
Kana exemption e go buiwang ka yone modulasetilo ga re motho a tswalle gape a emelele kwa ga gagwe ko tshimo ya gagwe kona ko mahudisetso a gagwe a ye ko di-officing go a go kopa exemption, because there is a process for exemption. Ke gona ga e re welante gore nya mme ga le gore tiro yo e dira ke e halwa pei la gago ga tshimo ya gago. Why do we have to subject our communities to still go back ko di-officing go a go kopa exemption ene e tabo e dirwa kana ga ba kopana le wena mo tsile o ta o tshware ditlhapi tsa go o di tshwara mo tshimo ya because ko go rona kwa noka ya tshela metsi a ba tsena mo tshimo ga o tshwara tlhapi tsa go tse tharo e tla bo go tena kwa ditlhapi tswaletswe wena o ne o tshwara mo tshimo ya gago, which is a private property. Ha o kgeta boja mo tshimo ya gago go tla bo go te supa gore wa tswa go kgeta kana those are the challenges tse re di facing on the ground gore ha motho a le mo ga gagwe ana le go batla go aga kana a ntsha setlhare kana a batla go tlhabolola tshimo kana go na le eng ga tiro e mo lwapeng. Why should we subject them gore ba ye ko di-officing for exemption wa go kopa exemption? Because ga se gore ha re exemption e buletswe hela, you have to go and follow the process ya exemption. Ke tsaya gore nna ke sone se ke dumela gore nomi a re neele e tsita yone gore nya mme ha o dira tiro e le gore it's not for commercial purposes, ha tshimo ya gago ga morakeng wa gago mo whatever so se dira for your domestic or subsistence, I se ke ra ba subject to go move ba incur the cost.
Clarification. Clarification.
O heditse o heditse gape di pedi ga di utlwele gongwe. Yes, let me go to the vote. The question is that the amendment the amendment by Honorable Mapulanga. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. No. I think the noes have it, the noes have it. Order, honourable members. I now put the question on clause 27, that clause 27 stand stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 27 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 28 to 30 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 28 to 30 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure. Procedure.
Procedure, Honourable
Mr. Speaker,
Mabuse.
given or 27 to 30, but when the first amendment on item number 7 is from clause 35, which means up to clause 34.
Yeah. You are jumping the gun. I said 28 to 30. That is what we have just voted for. So now we are going to clauses 31 to 34. Yes. Order, members, the question is that clauses 31 to 34 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 31 to 34 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 35 by Honourable Simasiko Oscar Mapulanga, member for Chobe. Please move your amendment and motivate it.
My proposal is at clause 35. It reads as the bill is amended at clause 35 appearing at page 2B 270 by substituting for subclause 2 appearing there in the following new subclause 2 any person who fails to report commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding 10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or both. Ke buiswa se kana melao e re e dirae ke ya setšhaba ene ha re e dira mo setšhabe yana ke ya batho ba ba nnang kae mo dikgaolong mello e ša kae ko bathong bona ba sena e tsholelo e kalokalo mme ha o re motho yo a ye go raisa 1 million a le ko Pandamatenga o ipotsa re wa go mo raisa leng kana wa bo batla re mo sukunyetse mo toronko mme ga gongwe e se gore ga report because we also have cases Mr. Chair ko le gore go reportilwe mme inefficiency ya di office mello e be tswelela ntse e tsweletse e tsamaya so nna ke dumela gore a re se ra batla go fundraiser kana go phanisha batswana ka tsela e kana ha ile re dira molao le wa setšhaba ke dumela 10,000 re ka moleka re le masika ra koleka motho a se ka tsena ka toronko so 1 million o montse so this one propose gore gongwe re hokotse re ise ko 10,000 le 10 years wa imprisonment yo re mo hokoletse ko 5 years I so move modula still.
Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗏.
Era, nyamike a leboga Mr. Chairman. Tshutiso ya ga mokaolengwe kana maloba ha go ntse go dibeitiwa. Bakaolengwe ka hale le hale ba ne ba ntse ba tlhalosa gore go lebega o ka re 1 million o montsi le 10 years o montsi mme le gore tota kana re libile gone gore ha motho a sa reporte mollo o yang go senya tshenyo e kana then tota ya la gore motho wa ba a dirile mathata a gamatsana mme ka gore bakaolengwe ba dumela gore 1 million o montsi re ta dumelana le 10,000 wa gago ka le dumela gore 10 years o montsi re ta dumelana le 5 years wa gago gore re dumelane le amendment ke a leboga.
ma ke buele ba ga rona ga ona le 10,000 mo lona ba ke supe jana makaoleng molao o maswela thata a ke tsore o dirilwe ke ma o kwadilwe ke ma 1 million na le montshela thata so le 10,000 eno a ko mpolelle re ha minister gore a ke ile dithapi hela le ditsala tsa me di le 6 a be re tswa go dithapi re buela ko motsebe re bona mollo re sa itse go na le o repotile le rona be re kgaogana ha le yo mongwe a tsena go jarata ba tsena go jarata re le 6 rothela o duela ma 10,000 ha lo rapala go report ona ba 6 jona rothi kala re iswa go kgolegelo ka le wena minister
Clarification.
Mr. Minister.
Ne ke re a clarify gore ha go te not exceeding go tewa gore not exceeding 10,000. So go ra gore e ka nna ko tase a kere.
Ora disho.
Yeah, so se bua mola ha re not exceeding 10,000 pula, it means 10,000 pula. How ye kobo 11,000 pula, how ye kobo 12,000 pula. You're not exceeding that.
Yeah, honorable members.
Not
I
exceeding.
don't
You don't exceed that. If you don't exceed, if you don't exceed, it means that you don't go beyond that. That's what it means. You're not going beyond.
Clarification.
Clarification. Clarification, honorable opposition whip.
Yeah, me ke batla gore gongwe mokaoleng wa amogele gore gongwe na sa bala sente ga go to not exceed go tebana ha ile 2 pula ha hit 10,000 go tebana le 10 pula so I think gone gongwe o ile be jalo not exceed go ra gore a sa hiteng gore ha re bua ha nko ke bua ke itse sembukusune ke tla bua gore a sa hiteng 10,000 gore la ha ile 10 pula la ha ile 20 pula la ha ile 500 pula
nya e kwa maole itshwaretse
Yeah, me. Yeah, go tshwere.
o ntshedise nako ya meano
Ora o pule.
mme nna ke rata go siana le tsala medisho kana tota go bua nnete rona re tswa ko dikgaolong tse di ko tsa metse mo e le gore just kore gore o lebelela motho hela gongwe ebile o ka re ga a tlala sentle mo tlhaloganyong lona le sa itse e be le gore gongwe ga a kgone o report e be go tantshe 10,000 nna ne ke kopa motlotlege gore go na le gore re re 10,000 ke re sa re 5 years gongwe be re kry-a 5,000 and
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, honorable Mulut.
I think I don't think gore one honorable Pule o bua sente a re motho a sa itekanna sente mme le ha ile gore gongwe o batla go rialo nna ke tsaya gone gore wa itse mo molaong gore motho e leng gore gongwe o thathubile go lemogile gore o ka tswa bana le mathata le tlhaloganyo ga ka ka lebitso ya molatong
nyame Mr. Speaker ke a mo utlwa kana tona mme ga o re not exceeding 10,000 it depends on the presiding officer because o ka kgona gore a go charge whatever amount ba ngwe ebile e le gore gong ke di-activist a re wa bakise kana ngwe kgona gore o le o ntsha mo letsong tsana o dira molao gongwe e le gore gate presiding officera wa go itse gore o na le mokgwa mongwe o rileng ga ba go phanisha a go neela maximum and that's why na re ke mo buang
Lela, Oscar, don't address side remarks. Address the chair. Address the chair.
Batla di ga monna motlotlege motsamaisi modulasetulo ne ke re gongwe ne ke ikopela gore ke dima le disho gore ka gore ga ra lebela ka go ka lebela melo e mentsi e shwa go dikgaolong mme tota ke ra gore batho ba dikgaolo tota a ngwitlhele ba sa itse ga go motho gole gore a ba pipa motsokoela a ba go latlhela a na le tsala a go ba tsamaya a ba latlhela sekerese kana jalo ga tshebetshuwa be ba tsaya gongwe batho e ba lemoga gore nya motsoko o le gongwe o fitlhilwe ke o fitlhilwe ke bo semama mme ba sa dipone mme le gore ke motho ala modimo le gore ga anang so ne ke akanya gore gongwe go na le gore be re re maximum ke 10,000 bogolo ya meho 5 gongwe a ka nna kopa masika ba mo thusa a kgone go duela madi a gona ke a loga modulasetulo
Honorable members, I put the question. Remember that we are voting on the amendment by Honorable Simasiko Skimampulanga, which the minister also agrees to. Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And we vote for the clause. Order, honorable members. The question is that clause 35, as amended, stands part of the bill. Order, honorable members. Honorable Musanan. Okokotantu amatshwenyego hello. Honorable members, the question is that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, honorable members. The question is that clauses 36 to 40 stand part of the bill. Order, honorable members. The question is that clauses 36 to 40 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members. The question is that clauses 41 to 50 stand part of the bill. Order, honorable members. The question is that clauses 41 to 50 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, honorable members. The question is that clauses 51 to 57 stand part of the bill. Order, honorable members. The question is that clauses 51 to 57 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment at clause 58 by the Honorable Minister for Environment and Tourism. Honorable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡, move the amendment.
Ke a leboga Mr. Speaker. Tota hela maikello a paakanyo ya hela ke gone gore kana la ntha re ne re rile person mme ka gore tota empowerment e re batla gore e nne ya batswana ga re batle gore jaanong re person ka gore person o ka raya mongwe le mongwe lo e seng motswana. That is why jaanong re replace person ka citizen. So clause 58(2) appearing on page B276 is amended by substituting for the word person, which appear there in the word citizen. I move accordingly, Mr. Chairman.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honorable 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, mmere dumalane le tona ka gore ha gongwe go tshabiwa lehoko la indigenous ka gore go sielwa ko the marginalized kana ba go teng ba citizens who are disempowered economically gore dio tse tshwana ke gore be di lebagane le beng gae go sianela gone kwa mahoko a ntseng yalo rona mo go rona citizen re dumela gore it's not enough ha go a lekana ka gore still citizen e ka nna yo gore ga nyela ba tshwara o ma mme a tshwere ditsompelo tsotlhe e be gore a gore dilo tse dintse di hella go go ene go botlhokwa thata gore ha go ya go gorogiwa ko di regulations go categorize ka di class hela jaaka Citizen Empowerment Act e ganella mo gore ntse di ntseng jana tse di ganella mo go ba tse di ntseng yana di kgwebo di ganella mo go ba le wena ha o setse o dira di regulation ganella mo goreng scale se se ntseng jana se ganella mo go bang se se ntseng jana se ganella mo go bomang because once hela o ka dirisa le go wholesale citizen beng gae the indigenous ga ba go tswa ka sepe gone ha go tswa hela ba ba ileng gore ba tshwere o mang ba goroga maabane yaka lehatshe la rona gompieno ditsompelo tsa rona di se mo diateng tsa rona mo lehatsheng lone le re tshwere hela gone go thola re bua mo parlamenteng mo mme ha go ta mo economic power ha e mo go rona bone ba mmala one o tetseng gone hao ra leboga Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is another amendment at clause 58.4, appearing on page B276, again by the Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦𝗦.
Ke a leboga, Mr. Chairman. Tota hela clause 58.4 ene a re ha go typiwa go kwalwa e be e le gore e nna phoso hela ya gore go bo go e re go tshwanetse gore go twe genetic go bo go twe generic. Yaanong ke sone se e leng gore tota is just a typographical error e leng gore we would like to correct, and therefore clause 58.4 appearing on page 2B276 is amended by substituting for the word generic, which appear there in the word genetic. I move accordingly, Mr. Chairman.
Order members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, order. The question is that clause 58 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 58 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We go to 59 to 60. Honourable members, order. The question is that clauses 59 to 60 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 59 to 60 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 61 to 70 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 61 to 70 stand part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 71 to 80 stand part of the bill. Nanabela Mototech. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 71 to 80 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 81 to 90 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 81 to 90 stand part of the bill. As many as have their opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We are done with the clauses, we are left with the schedule. Honourable members, the question is that the schedule stands part of the bill.
Procedure?
Procedure, Honourable Mapula.
I'm noticing where we were amending the penalties for the charge. I'm noticing that at clause 70 also. Minister on the side because negeriano is until 1 million in 10 years. Mikwan ramen da hore hukutsa go 10 years. So yeah.
So Your question was whether in amending clause 35 again to A, you are asking if the import of this amendment is that there should be a cleanup, administrative cleanup for subsequent provisions on penalties.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that your question? I want to understand if that is your question.
That's my question or opinion on the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The answer, I'll let the learned counsel to explain, but it appears to me that this is a completely different matter. It's a completely different matter. So, yeah. It's a completely different matter.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. So it cannot be part of the cleanup. Yeah. And just also to say that schedule. Yes. Are you clear, Honorable Mapulang? Okay. Honorable members, the question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, you go to the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025. We are done, Katse Pedite. Honorable members, to circulate to the amendments by the Leader of the House. So the Leader of the House will move these amendments without notice. And we have to be very, very cautious because as you can see in the order paper, there are no amendments, but the amendments, kids, say the movie and Leader of the House.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just check if you have copies.
Procedure.
I want to just first ascertain whether you have whether you have the copies. Procedure now, Pule.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have a document, but it doesn't show who is doing the amendment. Is it the minister or I want to level or move the amendment? Mr. Speaker.
Members, I can more billions in the move in accordance with Standing Order 77.2. Some amendments which we have adopted were moved from the floor. And I read out this clause earlier. I don't know if you wish for me to repeat it. I conferred with the Leader of the House during the break. Now, 77.2, which you invoked earlier, reads, notice of amendments proposed to be moved to a bill shall be given not later than the day before that on which the bill is to be considered in committee, and except with the leave of the chairperson, no amendments of which notice has not been so given may be moved to a bill. So, the amendments that you see in front of you, honorable members, are by the Leader of the House, and he has leave of the chair.
Ra go utlwa Mr. Chair. But the motion as earlier agreed talked to the order paper. And this is the order paper. Haina amendments mo there. And therefore, the amendments would be unprocedural. Chair, we have been here, some of us, Modi Committee in Pakela, Ka 80 Pakela. A resolution has been passed, your order paper. It has passed the binder ma parliament, irrespective of whether Nersa Dumalane Kanaja. But to stretch it to amendments, delay 3 pages, delay 30, will be asking too much from us, Chairperson. Narere are sticking to the order paper, amendments would come at a later time. Thank you.
Honorable Tkhoneril, certainly there is nothing unprocedural. So no kasidira like is to persuade the other side. That is the only thing that you can do. But in terms of procedure, what is before us right now is the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025. And I was reminding you that as we were dealing with the 2 bills by Honorable Muluti, you invoked Standing Order 77.2, which Leader of the House is also entitled to invoke. What does it say? It says he can, without notice, move amendments the same way you did with the previous bill. So there is nothing unprocedural. I want to assure you, but if you insist, the Learned Parliamentary Council can be of further assistance. Honorable Maile.
Procedure. Yanekrim Kora Bakanye record, the Leader of the House, Kora a leave to Kora ID Rajana, Kora Nilibu office. So in terms of our records, these proceedings, Kahoyo. So hello Raria Lokore, Nikupora Emia Abakanye record.
Further procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Maile, remember that when the bill is before the House, without notice, or move amendment, with the leave of the chair. Yes. And so, Hayaka Adi discussed the chair. He has leave. But again, I'm going to call him to move. You get the point? I'm going to call him to move. So, but in terms of procedure, but in terms of the procedure, I don't know if you'd want the Learned Parliamentary Council to be of further assistance. But let me hear Honorable Dr. Owotwang.
Mr. Chair, Totagase procedure, one of the challenges that we faced in the last parliament, parliament last fatigued. Maybe dilali di khan, tsedi bukete tsele gore ke tsa molao. Because sene re se itemogela ke gore le ha re so na re dira jalo, within a matter of a year or so, we were back looking at the same legislation. Ka gore go isupa ko morago gore parliament tota ba ngone bana ba tsosa mo boroko na go engwe go robetso lo ba lebile bo honorable, they are all tired. Lo ba lebile mo matho me bere re tilo di a di khantsone tsela e bere nna le quality scrutiny and so for the parliamentary na effective nya ba ga eso ta gore sa dire le batswana sente lo na re ta bo re sa itirele sente is very, very unhealthy. Nane ke kopa mo Leader of the House gore ga ile sengwe ka tsenya ya kana tsa kopa gore re simolla kana kona re bona ene bo 11 ja le ja gone go ngwe re ka le ka gone mo gore le ka go pusha tiro yone re hetse are we have to finish ya le boga wa Chair.
Further procedure.
Hang on, Honorable Pule. I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Leader of the House. Order, honorable members, I can like to read my social like how Nayana rebel in the assembly so that we can deal with this matter. So let me hear Honorable Pule.
Mr. Speaker, but when you look at Standing Order 77, amendment of bills, and then you look at 77.2, it says, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, to read it.
Please do.
Notice of amendments proposed to be moved to a bill shall be given not later than a day before that on which the bill is to be considered in committee, and except with the leave of chairperson. No amendment of which notice has not been so given may be moved to a bill. Hore, I'm not going to advise here, our learned legal advisor. Hore, is it okay? Hore, Ebelo Hore, Hone no Ramuhela, these are amendments. There is a dibala. Ebe hotera khele mo go a hota to send yela jaga bakalung ntse ba bua. Ke a leboga, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, honorable members. I get to ngole batla go utlwa parliamentary council a ethalosa. Kare. Mo di billing tse pedi tse lentseng le dila le tsona since last week. There have been amendments moved in accordance with Standing Order 77.2, including today. I was presiding. Including today, you have moved amendments without notice. What you can argue is that they were not, they were not substantial amendments, but also remember that there was an addendum with the name of one member. Simasiko was Kamapulanga, member for Chol. Because of the time we had the amendments, so honorable members, melao e dirilwe ke lona le reng without notice o ka emelela hela o dira molao teng mo o dira molao o ka emelela ke lona le rialo. So ke lutule you are raising two issues. You are raising two issues. One, you are raising the procedure in terms of whether is procedural. I have answered in the affirmative. Secondly, you are pleading fatigue. At least this side, you are pleading fatigue. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I can say but we have a challenge. Now the challenge we have about 8 bills. Say the order Parliament, Yadaka Semo Sincero, Nako, high relate, Barreso. Harga extend a rape, we hit a big 15. What I mean, not the cost, say, loads to an example to Dumala, no, as it is, Rumpin. Ral Talohana, Hawana, Tata Mat. Yana, you copa Bakalu, Gibaraka, Uto Hanya, let's up, Lona models up a leo, Lelo, this sing hand. For our level individuals, how do you change the space as a car? It is cancelled and the delay. For example, Hanyang way Halagabala on a hoe. The Libu how you to be sent or who be a cahood these weapons. They are not legal or great halos, who respond to the Hansen and the Lilator or Talos. So, I want to say, Pesa Secaro, hello, Mr. Speaker, as a fundamental. Say, he to change. None get you copy back only when you are like a level, a house now, Secalo, Second. No being able to say it's 100 and more to a space a car. Yalabo.
Honorable members, indeed, how can level most of the amendments here? Did somebody added the word manufacturing? And then, say, paid, I think, it's just the new clauses. So, indeed, they are not substantial. So, let us proceed back to committee on the basis that one is procedural to bring the amendments, two, that you had already voted on a procedural motion to extend the sitting hours, and thirdly, that these are not very substantial amendments or changes to the bill. We go back to committee. Order, order. Order, members. Order, members. We go to the Conventional Arms Control Bill. The Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025, has 41 clauses and a schedule. I understand that the minister wishes to make some amendments in accordance with Standing Order 77.2. I shall therefore call the clauses consecutively. This is where. Honourable members, the first amendment is on page B442. The minister wishes to amend the loan title. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill is amended as the loan title appearing on page 442 by inserting the following words: research, manufacturing immediately after, or rather before transfer.
Members. Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order, members. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that the subtitle of the bill, as amended, stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is an amendment at clause 2 appearing at page B443. Honourable Minister, move the amendment, and if there is any motivation, motivate it.
Mudla Stilo, the bill is amended at clause 2 appearing on at page 443 by substituting the definition manufacture with the following new definition. Manufacture in relation to conventional arms include design, development, production, and assembly thereof, and manufacturing must be interpreted accordingly.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Okay. There's an amendment at clause 2.1. At 2.1 by the Honourable Minister. And I think just for observation, the transshipment there, I think is double S. You need to check the spelling, just so that is part of the amendment. 2.1. Honourable Minister.
Here we are inserting the new definition, transshipment, which means the conveyance or movement of goods through Botswana to another country where the goods are unloaded from one means of transport and reloaded to a different means of transport while in the territory of Botswana.
The bill is amended at clause 2.1 at page B443 by inserting the new definition at blah, blah, blah.
The new definition, Ms. Mulestiloki.
It others. I get it, because you are moving an amendment.
Yes.
So for the record, you need to read it as it appears here. So, Bala, from where it says 2, I get it, the bill is amended at clause 2.1. appearing at page B443 by, then you go to 2.1 and read as is, word for word. Why one again?
We are inserting the new definition.
Yes, that part you would do. That part
so on page 443, keep page B443, which means
yeah, somebody stay 12.
By inserting
procedure.
We are saying transshipment, Mr. Speaker, means
procedure.
Also,
I think what is confusing a bit now, if we say 2.1, because this definition it's under 2. I think it will after transit, then it's a transshipment. And therefore, if we say 2.1, then we are assuming we are reading a new clause. May fall under 2. Yeah, under definitions.
Okay, let's do this, just so that it gets tidy. From amendment, then a completely new amendment, cohort clause 2. All the way to Kohelan thing, go 2.1.
The bill is amended at clause 2, appearing at page B443, by substituting the definition manufacture by the following new definition. Manufacture in relation to conventional arms include design, development, production, and assembly thereof, and manufacturing must be interpreted accordingly. The next transshipment, Mr. Speaker, which means the conveyance or movement of goods through Botswana to another country, where the goods are unloaded from one means of transport and reloaded to a different means of transport while in the territory of Botswana. I hope it helps, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as of that opinion say aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
No, ke batla ho procedure. Procedure. Procedure, Chair.
Yeah, what a procedure. Order, members. The question is that clauses 3 to 10 stand part of the bill. Order, members. The question is that clause 3 to 10 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, members. The question is that clauses 11 to 20 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 11 to 20 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 21 to 23 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 21 to 23 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, there is an amendment by the Honourable Minister at clause 24 appearing at page B450. Honourable Minister.
Chairman, the bill is amended at page 450 by substituting the title Part 4. The following new item will be control of manufacturing, possession, and trade in conventional arms. Instead of currently, it reads, it's fine, okay.
Honourable Minister, we are looking at the amendments that thing, just adding mostly the word manufacturing. So, the following page up to hiring not exceeding 5 years or both, or to both. That's where you will stop, the next page. Word for word from the start to that part.
Thank you, Mudla Stilo. The bill is amended at clause 24 appearing on page B450 by substituting for that clause the following new clause. Conventional arms permit and manufacturing license. 24.1, subject to the provision of section 25, a person shall not manufacture or trade in or have in his or her possession a conventional arm unless he or she holds a permit issued by the authority under the Act. 2. A conventional arms permit or a manufacturing license shall describe the conventional arms to which it relates and specify any relevant information in reference to the conventional arms as may be prescribed. 3. A manufacturing license shall be made in such form as may be prescribed. 4. A person who A. contravenes the provision of subsection 1 or B. has in his or her possession conventional arms in excess of quantities authorized in the permit, license, or authorization, commits an offense and is liable upon conviction to a fine not exceeding 500,000 pula or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to both. Should I carry on? Okay.
Sure.
5. The bill is...
This year, because 27.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable
Yeah, I was, Mr. Speaker, I was looking at proportionality of the fine. You can't charge somebody 500,000. Then a war or 5 years has a 500,000. I think that is not proportional. Because I just thought we should look for something else. If it's 500,000, maybe we should increase the years of imprisonment. Or if it's 5 years, then we should reduce the charge, the fine. That's what Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I mean, if you are looking at 5 years, then it should be around 50,000 pula.
There be no further debate. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order, Honorable Motsamai. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. The question is that clause 24, as amended, stands part of the bill. Order, honourable members. The question is that clause 24, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clauses 25 to 26 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 25 to 26 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable members, order. There's a new clause at clause 27. So, in accordance with Standing Order 78.5, Honourable will consider it at the end. So now we'll go to clause 28. I understand that there is an amendment at clause 28 by the Honourable Minister, which is a very short amendment, title. So go to the very last page and then go to the bottom, number 6. Number 6, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the bill is amended on page B453, substituting for the title to be part 5, the following new title: Export, Import, Transit and Transshipment of Conventional Arms.
Order. Thank you, Honourable Minister. You may switch the mic off. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, members. The question is that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Order, members. The question is that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the question is that clauses 29 to 35 stand part of the bill. Order, members, the question is that clauses 29 to 35 stand part of the bill. As many as of their opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the question is that clauses 36 to 41 stand part of the bill. Order, honorable members, the question is that clause 36 to 41 stand part of the bill. As many as of their opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, there is a new clause. There is an amendment at clause 27. The minister wishes to make an amendment. So, get number 5, more second page. Okay.
Well, let's do
a second. Minister, please confer with the Learned Parliamentary Council.
Bless you, go consult the official.
Please do.
Thank you.
Order, members, order. Leader of the House, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just a slight correction. There was an error in accepting corrections on on accepting section 28. There are actually some amendments that have to be effected more on section 28. Sorry, clause 28. Mula stilo. Ya no nekere ki bale. For the bill, should I read?
Yes, you may read.
The bill is amended at clause 28, appearing at page 453, by substituting for that clause the following new clause. 28 being import, export, transit, and transshipment permit. Subject to the provisions of this Act, a person shall not import or export a conventional arm unless he or she holds a permit issued by the authority under this Act. 2.
Hang on, Honourable Minister. We should vote for, remember the
27.
Yeah, we should vote for 27, then we go to 28. Okay? Order, honourable members. The question is that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Order, honourable members. The question is that clause 27 stands part of the bill. As minister of that opinion, say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Let's go to clause 27. There's an amendment at clause 28. This is insertion of a new clause. Yeah. Hey, yeah, it's here. The oral minister, you move your amendment, but first, in terms of our procedures, the clerk has to read the title of the new clause. Clerk.
Part 5, export, import, transit, and transshipment of conventional arms.
Honourable Minister, honourable members, the Honourable Minister will move an amendment at clause 28. So when you move it, that title, the title has already been read, so don't read the title, just go to number 1. The bill is amended at clause 28, appearing blah blah, then you go to 1.
Negative, Mr. Chairman, I guess we are aware that we are also amending the title. Yeah. So maybe I should start, I was suggesting that I start with the title.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Import, export, transit, and transshipment permit. 1, subject to the provisions of this Act, a person shall not import or export a conventional arm unless he or she holds a permit issued by the authority under this Act. 2. The transit or transshipment of any conventional arm through Botswana is prohibited unless a person has a transit or transshipment permit issued under this Act. 3. An application under subsection 1 shall be made to the authority, and sections 25 and 27 shall apply to such an application with necessary modifications. 4. An application for an import or permit shall be accompanied by the information under section 29(1). B. In cases where ownership of the conventional arms is not to be transferred, the authority obtains a letter from the government of the country of import stating that the conventional arms are intended for demonstration or evaluation purposes and indicating whether the items shall be returned, or the committee obtains a letter from the applicant stating that the conventional arms are being exported for the sole purpose of repair or integration and that they shall be returned. C. Where there is an undertaking that the conventional arms shall be returned, the committee verifies that the items have been returned to Botswana in accordance with the undertaking. And D. In cases where the conventional arms have been expended during a demonstration, the authority obtains a certificate from the government of the country of import confirming that the items have been expended. 5. An application for a permit or transit or transshipment shall A, be accompanied by an undertaking by the government of the country of origin in the form of an end-user certificate confirming that the conventional arms shall not be transferred, resold, or re-exported to any other country without the prior approval of the authority. B, be accompanied by an undertaking by the government of the country of origin stating that the conventional arms shall not be used to facilitate unlawful armed conflict, serious violations of international humanitarian law or human rights law, terrorism, or organized crimes. 6. In considering an application for a permit to import, export, transit, or for transshipment, the authority may A, issue the permit subject to such conditions as it may determine, or B, refuse to grant the permit. 7. A person who is aggrieved by a decision of the authority under this Act may appeal to the minister by lodging with the director a written notice of appeal together with grounds of appeal within 40 days of the date of the decision. 8. A permit issued under section 6 shall specify the quantity, type, and value, where applicable, of the conventional arms authorized for import, export, transit, or transshipment. Where applicable, specify the duration of the permit, the port of entry or exit, the person, country, or territory to or from which the conventional arms may be transferred. 4. The route and method of transfer or destruction, and 5. Any other relevant logistical or operational detail, and C contain such other conditions as the authority may determine. An application for a permit to re-export conventional arms shall be accompanied by notification from the government of the country from which the items were originally exported, indicating its originally imported, indicating its consent to the re-exportation. Thank you, Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to.
Honourable Keponeri.
Go na le bothata. Ne re tlhaloganye pele ga re tsena mo go yone thata. Ke gore 28 are where conventional arms are to be exported, the authority shall ensure that. And then a very similar hahu 1, subject to the provisions of this act, a person shall not import or export a conventional arm unless he or she holds permit issued by authority under this act. Ebe ya go goroga go go 5. Sorry, ebe ya goroga go go 8C. Is that what we are saying? Mo go rayang gore it's not necessarily a new clause because 28 on so tegal, and if you take a hela mo 28 all in tegal mo billing ke ene yo ntshiwang, and then B, C, D on so te under 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 ke tsone tse disha to this clause. Is that what we are saying?
Yeah, Honorable Kikonegile, Akere, if you look at clause 28, why one Akere? So the amendment, as I understand it, is that the minister amends the bill at clause 28, appearing at page B 453. Agree, we agree, 28. Can I get part 5? By substituting for that clause the following new clause. So Honorable is going to read as it appears here. Yes. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Order members, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order members, there is a schedule. The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Order members, the question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. As many as of their opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. I get an order, we go to the assembly. Korbadi report. Order. Order members, I now call upon the Honourable Minister of Environment and Tourism, Honourable Minister 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡 to report the bill from committee. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Speaker. I beg to report the community-based natural resources management bill 2025, bill number 11 of 2025 from committee with amendments.
When for third reading, Honourable Minister?
Later date, Mr. Speaker.
Later today.
Or later today, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let me also call the Minister again, Honourable Minister of Environment and Tourism, to report the bill from committee. This is the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025 from committee with amendments.
When for committee, Honourable Minister?
Later today, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we go to the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025. As you are all aware, this bill is by none other than the Honourable Minister for State President, Honourable 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡. Please report the bill from committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025 from committee with amendments.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. When for committee?
Later today.
Later today. Honourable members, we go for third reading. Clerk.
Community-Based Natural Resources Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025, third reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the Community-Based Natural Resource Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025 be read a third time. I now call upon the Honourable Minister of Environment and Tourism to move. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Community-Based Natural Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025, be read a third time and do pass.
Honourable members, the question is that the Community-Based Natural Resource Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025, be read a third time and do pass. You know the drill. In accordance with Standing Order 62.1c, I shall now order a division. And this division shall be held in the manner prescribed in your Rules of Order and Procedure, in particular Order 63. Ring the bell for 2 minutes. Baba koting, leba koting. Close the doors. I've activated voting. Honourable members, remember that the question is that the Community-Based Natural Resource Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025, be read a third time and do pass. Your voting is as follows. You press 1 to indicate that you are present or to activate the machine. And then the ayes or yes, you press 2. The nays or no, you press 3. And 4 for abstain. Topang. Have you voted, honourable members? I'm going to deactivate. Honourable members. Your voting is as follows. Present 28, the ayes 22, the noes 3, abstain 1. So the ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Clerk.
Community-Based Natural Resources Management Bill 2025, Bill number 11 of 2025, an act to provide for the implementation of the Community-Based Natural Resources Management CBNRM approach for the sustainable use of natural resources, including cultural heritage, by communities and for matters connected or incidental thereto.
We go to the second bill, Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025. Clerk.
Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025, third reading.
Order, members. The question is that the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a third time. Let me call upon Honorable Minister of Environment and Tourism, Honorable 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗜𝗡 to move. Our Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to... Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a third time and do pass.
Order, members. The question is that the Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a third time and do pass. In accordance with Standing Order 62.1c, I shall now order a division. The division shall be held in the manner prescribed in Standing Order 63. Ring the bell for 2 minutes. At the elapse of 2 minutes, lock the doors. Honourable members, Sergeant at Arms, you have locked the doors. I'm going to activate so that you vote. You press 1 to activate your voting machine or indicate that you are present. 2 to vote yes or aye. then 3 nay or no, and 4 abstain. My dear Inyan. Order, honour members. Honour members, here are the result of your voting. Present in the House 28, the ayes 23, the noes 4, abstain 0, no vote 1. So the ayes have it, the bill is adopted. It passes. Clerk.
Forest and Range Resources Bill 2025, Bill number 12 of 2025. An act to provide for the establishment of the Department of Forestry and Range Resources, the institutional and regulatory framework for sustainable management of forest and range resources, and to provide for matters incidental or connected therewith.
Thank you, Clerk. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, we go to the third bill, Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025. Clerk.
Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025, third reading.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members. The question is that the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025, be read a third time. I will now call upon the Honourable Minister for State President, Honourable 𝗦𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗧𝗜𝗡, to move. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025, be read a third time and do pass.
Order, honourable members. The question is that the Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025, be read a third time and do pass. In accordance with Standing Order 62.1c, I shall order a division which shall be held in a manner prescribed in Standing Order 63. Ring the bell for 2 minutes. I've activated the machine. Press 1 to indicate that you are present. Press 2 to vote yes or aye. Press 3 to vote nay or no. Press 4 to abstain. Let appeal. All our members, you have voted. I'm going to deactivate. Order members, here are the results. Present 28, the ayes 23, the noes 3, abstain 1. So the ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Clerk.
Conventional Arms Control Bill 2025, Bill number 13 of 2025. An act to provide for the establishment of the National Conventional Arms Control Authority and National Conventional Arms Control Committee as part of the national system for the control of international trade in conventional arms, to regulate the authorization, research, manufacturing, transfer, transit, and brokering of conventional arms, to promote transparency and responsible trade in conventional arms, and to provide for matters incidental thereto.
Order members. Le hitiste melao e meraro. Mankele leboga. Gore lebele le ha go ithella metsotso e le boroba bongwe pele ga nako ya bohera bobedi. Jaanong, I shall now call upon the Leader of the House to move a motion of adjournment. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Order members. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Order members. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. All members, there's a General Assembly tomorrow, Arkopaninka 8 o'clock, ko pavilion, ko Wipuso Hall. Ko pavilion, ko Wipuso Hall, 8 o'clock. Na kega 8. Kega 8. Agi rutule naku, 8 o'clock, please be on time, Arla and all members.